I used to go to the BCIT open house every year, which is a tech school here. And yeah, that's kind of where I'm at. Most. There are many. Multiple. Unless the M stands for something else in that mental driver and carb. But I used to go to the BCIT open house every year. And the BCIT open house essentially is just I don't know, when I was a little kid, it was like going through a theme park. It was so much fun. Because it was, you just start at the beginning of one of the school buildings and you just go through every single class's graduating projects for that year. So it was like, you know, you'd go through the carpentry area. There was like the electronics area. There's science area. And and like, regardless of who you were, they had to explain to you what they had to do to graduate that year. And my dad did it 4 years in a row because he did a 4-year course there. So he had a giant robot project that he had to build every year, which was super cool. And like I said, as a little kid, it was the coolest fucking thing in the world. Like the medical prosthetics area was cool. We got to like learn how they would like train like ambulance techs and stuff. It was neat. And one of the areas was like crime scene and law enforcement. So it was like you would go through the whole section where they teach like the lab techs who do like forensics and stuff. There was the whole like base level police training, which I think was like a 3-year course there, which is basically just like, here's textbooks about cultural relevance, and also like rules such as like you're only allowed to live so far away from like where you're working. So if you're stationed somewhere, you have to more or less live in the district. You can't live outside of, like, you can't live one city over and drive over to be a cop. Just all of this shit that I remember going through with all of that and just reading and looking and like being told what they had to learn in order to get through this, and like the psych evaluations and shit, like it's kind of bonkers. New source in Canada too. I'm not gonna read this whole thing right now, but that I will bookmark this for later. I think, Darius. Yeah. Like that to a degree, like. So I was in cadets, and there's definitely like a certain type of person who's really, really good at following direct instructions without ever questioning it. And it wouldn't surprise me too much if there was like a general level of mental competency thing going on there, where if you're not the brightest tool in the shed, you're more likely to just be like, yep. Your primary government is trying to make ivermectin over the counter and vitals of magnesium sulfate and oxycodone for hemorrhaging pregnant women, while meanwhile our saline and ibuprofen is out of date. Yep. That's I have direct family members who got hooked on opioids because of Oxycontin. It like amazes me that like Oxycontin is still sold. Plan taking a well-deserved vacation after stream. Today's going to be a short-ish stream, Danny Scar, because I have to finish packing and then go catch a boat, which takes about 3 hours, and then get picked up by my dad. I will be gone technically I'll be gone from tomorrow, and I will be back home sometime late next Monday or Tuesday, and then I will be editing to hopefully come back with a big video release. I'll marathon all my longest videos playlists until the 30th. I have 2 playlists now, although I'm not sure if I should merge them into like one mega playlist or something. The first playlist is the the movies playlist, which is actually kind of crazy. Like actually looking at where is it? Yeah, the movies playlist. Actually looking at the stats of the movies playlist. Let's see if I can look at this. No, wait, that makes sense. DF Hack is not updated yet. If you want to roll back one, you can. You just need to go to the betas tab and then just roll back one version, Jesse, and it'll work until it updates. Yeah, so like this is my movies playlist, right? Like this is the views over this entire playlist over the last 48 hours. But if I go like these are all of those big releases together. Like that's kind of a lot. Like it's kind of ridiculous actually. Like these started with the worst map in Dwarf Fortress history. Wait, what? Did I put the wrong video in Vintage Story? Because I could fix that. Okay, hold on, let me look. Let me look. Those playlists definitely get like clicked and then forgotten, so. Oh wow, you're not wrong. Monsters Mash is in. Oh yeah, no, you're completely correct. It was in the Vintage Story one and not the playlist it's supposed to be. All right, well I fixed that. Thanks for the heads up. Appreciate you. Yeah, I never would have noticed that. Like every now and again, someone will like tell me like, I'll get a comment like years after I made the playlist. It'll be like, hey, just a heads up, episode 6 isn't in the playlist. And I'll be like, oh, fuck. God damn it. I feel bad. It'll be like on episode 6. Yeah, there was a patch today. But if you look at the patch notes, because they're tiny, it literally just says this patch fixes a crash in the changes to the announcements in the last patch. So there was a crash that was introduced in this version on the 13th that, you know, they just fixed. So that's all that is. It's just we fixed a crash from the last update, just a little hot fix. Which, you know, they'll just have to merge DF hack versions and it'll be fine. Later, Mental Driver, thanks for swinging by, dude. Thanks for hanging out. So yeah, just give them the afternoon. Your medical license is super easy to get. So are you you work in a pharmacy then? That seems. In other states, because WV has surprisingly, West Virginia has surprisingly good training for EMTs. Why I like to be so open on this? Yeah, fair. You can literally pick a direction and it'll get better. But like as you said, you know, man, Rossham's probably stuck in an ad. They put playlists in reverse order. So fun fact. Sometimes I accidentally do that, but like if I go to YouTube, Emily, do you get ads? Because you're in Korea, right? Yeah, okay. Because like Korea isn't a supported region for Twitch officially, right? But yeah, anyway, if you go to make a new playlist on YouTube, this is a setting. So date published newest or oldest. Oldest is the one that I have to set when I make a new playlist. Because if I set it to newest, then it'll set it with the most recent one first. If you set it to oldest, it'll set it to the first upload first. So I try to always remember to do that. Every now and again I forget, and then somebody tells me, and then I fix it. But you want to see some VOD stats? It's kind of crazy, actually. It's like I realize the stats are all down right now, but it's kind of crazy how many people watch the VODs to me. Like, I'm very appreciative that people watch the VODs, but, you know, 51 new subscribers in the last 28 days. I mean, I lost one that day, and one that day, and one that day. And you know what? Honestly, that's... I don't know if I would subscribe to this particular YouTube channel, so I respect it. But the part ones are always they're the money makers for this channel, you know? It's actually kind of, like, it is kind of crazy a little bit how much the first part of each fort, like, I sometimes wonder, and I'm sure there's people in the chat who've done this, but just, like, when I start a new fort, and I get a big influx of people, and then I wonder how many people, after that point, tune into a stream and see me streaming for, I don't know, a minute, and then just go watch part 1 on the YouTube channel. No, I appreciate it. Like, it's neat. I get paid out every month from this channel. As long as a YouTube channel makes $100, it pays out. So, you know, this channel covers my internet bill. Yeah, like, so I'm pretty okay with this channel because I don't have to put a ton of effort into it. Although there are a few things that this channel does that really irritate me. It doesn't. YouTube's a little bit better about this on desktop than they are on mobile, but on the mobile app, it'll send me these, like, your channel is underperforming, like, full screen pop-ups. And I'll tap it, and it'll give me this AI-generated thing of just, like, comparing all my thumbnails. And it goes, these are all your high-performing thumbnails. And it's every single part 1 of every fort. So it'll be, like, part 1 of, I don't know, where's Monsters Mash? If I scroll down, Monsters Mash, part 1, right? 2,000 views. Scroll down a little bit to Violent Hunger, part 1. Scroll down a little bit to After Casket, part 1. Scroll down a little bit to Squidward, part 1. And it'll give me, like, a little layout of those. It goes, these are the thumbnails that you have that perform really well. And then it's just like, these are the underperforming thumbnails. And then it'll be like, well, I guess at this point it would be like every single, like, Vintage Story one, but because not many people watch those comparatively, but it'll be like part 8, part 10, part 15, part 11. And I'm like, I know you, dumbass. Like, I don't need you to fucking tell me. Like, I know exactly why, too. That's not the point. Stupid robot. It really confuses the robots, is all I'm trying to say. I was like, why would you run a channel like this? And it's because I hope it costs them storage space. That's why. You currently work as an EMT, and EMTs actually get paid decent here. Fair. Okay. I believe it. Just be yourself. Your content is epic. You just your channel is very helpful. No, totally. I mean, that's just my VOD channel. Real cultural geyser. Just the VOD channel. You know, it's just an archive more than anything. Because like, if I didn't keep the VOD channel, I would forget like what I did in this game a year ago. Which is why like I started keeping it. Because like, I've said this many times. It's like my biggest, one of if not my biggest regret. In content creation is not heavily archiving my early stuff because I don't have like the context to go back and look and see how much my stuff has improved. Because like I look at my VODs now and I go, I could do better here, I could do better there, I could do better here, I could do better there. Like I really suck when I'm doing this, and it's like if I archive it, then I can go back by 3 years and be like, wow, okay, no, this new camera does look a lot better, even though the blue sheen or green sheen around my head with the green screen bugs me. You know? Token, hello. Hello, hello. That looks better and less plastic. There is a good few mods that change the way glass looks. It's more related than what I'm babbling about, Emily. And also Real Cultural Geyser. I intend to. And I intend to still be doing this in 10 years. I think it's very smoothly edited. I didn't edit that one. I work with an editor, so the videos are like divvied up between me and him. So I do some of them and he does some of them. The ones that are mostly just my face talking, my editor edits. The ones that are mostly gameplay and my voice and static images are me editing. So my editor does the future of the fortress, and then the ones that are filmed images of my face, and then the videos that are gameplay are me. Mostly because it would take too long for him to review 70 hours of footage. Whereas I have like a rough idea of where everything is and when stuff happened. You have a mod and it looks like plexiglass? Huh. Yeah, I don't know. I don't mind the way clear glass and like green glass looks. I don't like how engraved clear glass looks or green glass looks. It just like when it loses all opacity when it gets an engraving in it. That's what I don't like. But I do quite like the way the glass on its own looks before it's been smoothed. I am your Dwarf Fortress religious leader. Please do not open a church, claim to be a religion, and start receiving donations on my behalf unless you send me 30%. I mean, what? That's got to be a crime somewhere, right? I fought the law in the... Law 1. Tiz uploads daily thing. Doesn't uploads daily thing. You had 8 subscribers, so whoever is actively going out of their way to dislike the videos for some reason. I don't even know the comments are done. I find that if people don't immediately like if I mean Stone, do you want my actual thoughts? Because I could tell you. I don't know if you want to know it though. Also, I saw your comment just now from 5 hours ago. Very smooth editing on the mermaids video and on the sea serpent video. Appreciate you, man. Yeah, the next video like that we have coming is on Dwarven Daycare. Can't miss the last stream. Damn right you can't. I'm not gonna be gone that long. It'll be like a week. Making it look like glass and not plastic in a pixel art style game must be really hard. Yeah. Even the Minecraft one looks unnatural. Yeah. Dwarven Daycare. It was essentially it was like unethical child testing, kind of MK Ultra-ish, where they were locking children in 1x1 bedrooms with breeding pairs of animals to make them fight with animals that would collide with them when they would all try to stand up simultaneously to train fighting, so that by the time they hit adulthood, they were like legendary in every fighting skill. And very quickly, the thread just like degrades from like theory crafting into fan fiction, and the fan fiction is pretty good. It's pretty good, cause like it's grim, but like they're talking about like locking a child in a room for 12 years with chickens. So like it's kind of hysterical when you're reading. It's like he killed 14 chickens. It's like God damn. These days moods are like complex enough that it wouldn't quite work. Back then, like you could just give something like a meal and like alcohol, and like they didn't need to socialize or anything. Like socializing and friends and stuff worked completely differently. Like them being near objects and them getting bored worked completely differently. So as long as you had like high value food and like good quality drinks and a lot of them in the tile with them, they were totally fine. If it's opaque to you, it's a rough clear diamond trick to make it more shiny, but yeah, no, I agree. I mean, like, there's a few tiles, I think, in Dwarf Fort that could use, like, some spit and finish. I think, like, what I keep reminding myself when I look at elements of Dwarf Fortress where I'm just like, this could use, like, another coat of paint in spots, is that, like, Dwarf Fortress was running on a pretty shoestring budget during its development, right? Like, they knew it would sell well when it released, but like Kitfox was paying for everything, and like Kitfox had money, but they weren't like loaded. Like they didn't have, from what I could tell, they never had a huge war chest. They had enough to fund the project and pay for a couple part-time artists, but that's what they were, right? A couple part-time artists at that point. Now it's like they have budget to just be like, okay, we'll just do the thing. And now that they have that budget, their ability to, you know, scale it or like do a large lump sum of art all at once and take their time with it is a lot higher. So I kind of get the feeling that the original Steam release has a lot, has a lot of art that probably could have had more iterations if they had more budget. Because, like, as I understand it, part of the reason they released just Fortress mode is because, like, they needed to get something out, and weren't running out of money, but like didn't have the tightest margins. Or their margins were a little bit too tight to be comfortable, as I understand it. The issue is that it has to make it. Speaking of food, apparently when you butcher a huge giant sperm whale, it gives you a stack of meat that cooks and can make a huge stack of food and can have over 100 value meal stack. I believe it. I mean, I butchered one in a short. How's the new diplomacy system for Dwarf Fort? You can make peace with factions now. I find that trade wagons have gotten ridiculously large compared to what they used to be, which makes me wonder, like, if they're rebalancing trade for, like, future trade changes, because, like, the main thing that I've noticed, Russ Ames, is that when traders arrive, they bring significantly more than they did before. That is the biggest thing that I've noticed, is the scale that trade wagons in, especially the factions that you are actively improving trade. They just bring so much more stuff. I think that the humans and the goblins seem to be pretty reasonable to deal with. Like, they seem to be the easiest ones to, like, demand something from. The elves and the dwarves seem a little bit more uptight. Like, I've tried to start trading with one of the dwarven factions a couple times, and they just kept saying no. I think the weird thing about it is that there's no, like, material cost to it. Like, it would make sense, like, if you go demand an alliance with somebody and they're like, all right, give us X number of value of items and we'll accept this alliance. Or, like, maybe they demand like 10 specific pieces of furniture or something like that. Like, it feels like there should be, like, another cost there, because it seems a little cheap. Like, it's just, are you willing to send the guy 10 times until they say yes kind of thing right now. Peace with goblins is free. It was for me, but as I from asking around in chat, it seems like if you're actively at war with them and you're winning, they'll say yes. So, like, if they've lost a lot of people in the last few years, they'll be like, yeah, we'll take peace. But if they haven't, then they'll say no. Taking ingredients inside of bags from barrels. Right. And I emptied the entire barrel, which those bags held query bush leaves, which made enormous stacks. And I don't remember how much it was, but I think I got a 1 million dwarf buck stack. I remember getting, like, but before the value changes of things, it was like a 40 million dwarf buck artifact once. I don't think any of that's in there yet, but that sort of stuff is kind of suggested in the what's it called, the roadmap, Emily, because something that, like, it says that we'll be able to do is muster mercenaries and backup soldiers from Helixes and allies, which that would be very interesting, you know, especially because, like, there will be a point when we'll be able to see enemy armies on the overworld and, like, send out your army to meet them in the battlefield instead of, like, letting them get to you, which would be really fucking cool if they let us see those fights. Like, wouldn't it be neat if it's just like, okay, we're just going to load a new map in this area and you just get to fight here now. And there's a river in the middle and nobody can get across, so the fight ends very quickly. But wouldn't that be cool? Be neat. And then you could adventure out there in adventure mode and find the old battlefield and there's skeletons and bodies everywhere. Actually, that would be really cool. Yo. Dude. You see the kobolds going out and stealing the weapons? The weapons appear in their kobold thing. I'm just bullshitting that, but that would be neat. I mean, I figured if I was going to start a cult or a religion, Black Winds, I would take the same amount as Valve does. There's a river in the middle, and your 10-man group of legendary axe dwarves will come in to remember they in fact cannot swim. Yep, probably. That or frame rate just goes to 0 because they can't path across. You've seen dwarves jump over rivers. Does anybody here remember the dwarf that was on one side of a river in one of my forts, and there was a fire behind him because the surface was on fire? And then he did handlebars across the bottom of a tree to get to the other side of the river instead of burning to death in the fire. Do any of you remember that one? Also, hey, Accidental Pirate, it's good to see you, man. My green screen's fucking up. I have no eyeball. Let's see if that's better. It's a bit better. All right. I will be back in a moment. I'm just going to go rinse up my coffee mug and make sure that my water bottle's full. And then we'll get started, I think. If you're lurking in the chat and you've tuned in already, could I get a real quick round of beers? I just wanted to say thank you for tuning in early in the stream. On the YouTube side, if you're watching, do leave a like on the stream. But remember, leaving both tabs open is the best for me. So you do you, but both tabs open makes the day go burr. I will be right back. Water bottle. And Sparky, thank you very much for the 32nd month. I have to say a real quick thank you for the second sub of the stream. The first, of course, coming in from the one and only Urist Games. But, massive thank you. Appreciate you. This is a crowdfunded channel. I make a living because people subscribe, cheer bits, use Prime subs, and tip me. And, if you are one of the people with a hat next to your name, I just want to say thank you, because you're one of the real ones who helped keep this channel funded. Who gave you your subscription because, well, you fell asleep when they purchased it? Sometimes it says. It might say in your notifications on Twitch. There's a little notifications thing up in the top right if you're on the website. I don't know about the phone. And usually it says who gifted it, unless it was anonymous, in which case then it'll just say anonymous. But sometimes you get a list of who gifted it to you. So something that we need to figure out today, chat. Do we want this fortress to end positively or negatively? I'm kind of leaning positively because I think that that would make for... How do I put this? An interesting future to this world if we keep the world. Because of the number of giant creatures in this world, that would mean that we will be more likely to have random rocks and dragons and shit show up. So if we go into this world real quick, I need to find a duck. Because Nomald tried to name... No, not there. Because Nomald tried to... Okay. Do I not have ducklings? I do have 2 drakes. Excellent. What'd you want me to name it? Spinny? Okay. Dizzy. Dizzy duck. Dizzy duck. There you go. I don't think that's what he meant, but that's what he's getting. So... Yeah, it went from a dead faction to like commanders of the dragon horde, basically. Is there any animals I can throw in here that we do not need that they will eat? That I do not want. I don't know where or how I got a giant grizzly bear, but apparently I have a giant tame grizzly bear, as well as a giant capybara. But this is the current dragon hold. I mean, if you actually look at their eggs, like they aren't fertilizing all of the eggs anymore, which is quite a bother, personally. But let's do a real quick overview of the fort. Okay, so if we go up to the surface, this is the actual surface. It's this little tower underneath an old dragon cave, which is currently sealed up. If we go down a few layers, this is the front door these days, and in order to get into the fortress, you have to go through a couple of baby dragons. And then you have to, go up here north and then down through these and into the main first level of the fortress, which is pretty open these days, but I still think it's pretty nice. Down into the fortress itself, we've got your forges, all of your bedrooms. The forges are completely coal-powered, and it goes further down into this layer with all the bedrooms and the actual dragon breeding pen, the rock breeding pen, and our very sad singular... Actually, do I have a second Hydra? I might. Nope, it's just the one Hydra now. Singular Hydra. Unfortunately, we lost all of our Hydras. And then it's just kind of a normal fort until you get down to the underworld, which is down here. Ooh, I should get some powered stuff elsewhere in the fort. But if you go down here into the underworld itself, it goes down through all those stairs, all the way down, all the way down, all the way down to here, and then through the little adamantine spire, and I've started building this little artifact hall. That's the fort. They're surprisingly big. They're the world's biggest rodent, aren't they? Yeah, I've got 2 capybaras. There was a giant capybara in this fort not too long ago. Just gonna butcher all these caged animals. I don't know why I have a bunch of caged animals, but somebody clearly abandoned it. It must have been one of the traders that took damage. But yeah, so that's the fort currently. If we want to end the fort positively, I think that the plan should be to do a little bit of invading, because that's easy and fun. Let's go start some wars. I could invade the elves if we want to be, silly about it. Because I have stopped a few wars. Like, we were at war with the goblins. We're no longer at war with the goblins. I could invade the humans. I could do some stuff. I feel like the fortress that's commanding dragons should start raining terror from the sky with dragons, And then we'd either play a new faction as part of the same faction, a new fort as part of the same faction, or alternatively, we'd play a new fort as part of a different faction and try and fight this fort. Like, it would be one of the two, I think, is what the future of this world would be. But we'll figure that one out on a different day. So, who are we invading, do you think? Because that's the most important question. Named dwarves in the fort at the minute. If you would like to name somebody, naming is up. And I encourage you to name as much as possible right now, because we're getting close to the end of this fort. So we've got, and it doesn't matter if you've had one before. Sandberg is first. We've got Gaz. We've got something funny. Abrax. Possibly a goblin spy. Zebra Fiend. Say burn the elves. I mean, dragons. I've been chopping down trees, so they're not too thrilled with me. We've got Chef's Intern. We've got Blackwinds. We've got Bugman. We've got Shinobi, Stabby Fem, Eric, Rookie, Beermanier, Glass, Odinson, Mud, Donut, Hole, and Mary Batman, because his parents are dead. And I think that's everybody. Could totally try speedrunning, killing every last dwarf on the map. I mean, you could do that anyway. There's some areas you won't be able to attack in fort mode. There's some areas you won't be able to attack in fort mode. So I'm going to do something that I don't normally do. In Twitch chat, if you don't have a name and you cheer $1 in bits, I will give you a name. On YouTube chat, if you give $1 unit of super chat or more, I will just give you a name. We're going to see how many things we can name by the end of today. And for right now, here's a freebie. YouTube folks, the first person to put 3 pickaxe emotes into the chat can name something. Dwarf, animal, whatever. Did you die? You were the bear? No, you did not die. I thought I read Gaz. Maybe I didn't. I saw it. Maybe I didn't read it. But no, you're still alive. You are still alive. And the fortress gets interesting when we get down to hell, because we have completely invaded hell. And I want to make this stairwell a little bit more straightforward and nice looking. So I'm actually just going to go, there's something spooky there, and there's something spooky there. So let's just hope that that's all clear then. And if it's not, oh no! Blacksmith. I'm not sure you want that blacksmith. There's lots of metalsmiths, though, and weaponsmiths. Thades, burr or no burr? I mean, beard or no beard. Or let me know what you would like to name. Just basically, weaponsmith. I don't know. We got a few. We've got Meng or Fath, and we got several metalsmiths. Like there's Tosid, there's Zassit. That is a unit of money. Can a dragon become king of the doors? No, no, they cannot. They are dragons are like a cat. Basically, they're a wild animal. Oh, sorry, hello. I don't feel like it's been that long, but maybe it has. So one at a time here. Still waiting on you want Fath. Did I not click on you? Xylem, which I missed a Y. I was like, that looks wrong. Time spent with the rising of the sun. Watching sunrises. A tourist's guide. Anyway, it is... she rarely looks on others with lust and strongly prefers discussions of ideas of abstract concepts and handling specific practical issues. She doesn't handle stress well and is not particularly interested in what others think of her, and does not go out of her way to help others. She tends to be passive in discussions and doesn't feel envious of others, and needs alcohol to get through the working day, and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Dreams of mastering a skill, and personally finds that the acquisition and use of power abhorrent and would have all masters toppled. Values peace over war and does not care about fairness. She likes rose gold and black opal and crystal glass and the color clear. Gauntlets, animal traps, and dragonflymen for their faceted eyes, and the words of the teacher of meandering, and the sight of the amethyst of lathering, and when possible prefers to consume hake and passion fruit wine and light cheese, and absolutely hates eating spiders. And you worship the god of general gaudiness, and that's you. Next up, I need to go with Thades, who wants a metalsmith. Do you have beard preference? Or would you like to pick one from the list, Thades? I'm not even sure what typo you're talking about, Moon Sugar Plum, but it's all good, I'm sure. He is haggard, so just keep that in mind. Tomb Splash. It's like you fill a tomb up with water and just face dive. He never feels hatred towards anyone or anything, is in a constant state of internal rage, is rarely moved to mercy, is confident under pressure, and can get caught up in internal deliberation when action is necessary. He almost never feels discouraged, and he tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others. He tends to not be swayed by emotional appeals, and enjoys the company of others. Does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity, is conflicted by this. He values artwork and its creation. He's very humble, and he can easily fall in love or develop positive feelings, and he's often nervous. He occasionally overindulges and tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects, and he likes a little excitement now and then. He needs alcohol to get through the working day, and does not mind being outdoors at least for a time, and doesn't really care about anything anymore. And he dreams of creating a great work of art, and personally would have the world persevere through adversity. He finds that the whole notion that one would persevere through adversity completely abhorrent. Holds fairness as one of the highest ideals. Despises cheating of any kind. Values decorum. Views decorum as a high ideal, and is deeply offended by those that fail to maintain it. Views any show of emotion as offensive. Strongly believes in a peaceful and ordered society without deceit, and views loyalty unfavorably. Finds introspection to be a waste of time, and values peace over war, and sees sacrifice as wasteful and foolish, and doesn't feel strongly about the law, and dreams of creating a great work of art. So CZK, are you asking for dragon in YouTube chat? And what kind of creature would you like, Gamer47 Smith? I really like lychee. Just also have to state that. Constant state of internal rage. I mean, you're also haggard, so it's kind of an external rage as well. You do have a lot of close friends. Most of them are dead. You are good friends with the king, though, so you got friends in king-like places. Quite literally, yeah, most of your friends are dead. Most, if not all, of your friends are dead. Holy shit, you have a lot of friends. Good God, man. This dwarf has had more friends than me. And, like, all of the naked ones are dead. So, I think that your anger is justified, my guy. Wow. So it can be anything, metal preferred, though. Okay. How about this? You can be an ast. Zambus. Lost stakes. He is inflamed by hatred and develops hatred towards things easily. He is very quick. He quickly angers. Very quickly angers. I don't know why I'm reading this weirdly. He is very quick to anger and is confident under pressure. He has a greedy streak, and he is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger. He doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges, and generally acts impartially and is rarely moved to mercy, and he has a sense of duty. He tends to make a small mess with his own possessions, and he has a calm demeanor. He is not inherently proud of his talents and accomplishments, and he sometimes acts with little determination and confidence. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. He dreams of mastering a skill and personally believes that the acquisition of power over others is the ideal goal in life and worthy of high respect. Finds leisure time wasteful and is somewhat put off by trade and commerce, and values peace over war and doesn't feel strongly about laws. He likes Periclase and pig iron, wax opal, durian wood, clown loach bone, the color aquamarine, toy doors, toy boats, the words of the fatal crypt, and the sound of the lavender drum, and the sight of the prim music. Some Impossible prefers to consume cabbages, cassava beer, and barley flour, and absolutely hates brown recluse spiders. That's you. Good to have you. You went to prison recently because you were hateful after being confined. And Gamer47 Smith wants to be a dog. I think I have dogs. I have one dog. He is gelded. Whatever that is. Swambridge is his last name. Ferrite. He's pet of Lemuel. You do have 5 children, but you've been gelded. He is not the type to fall in love or even develop positive feelings. He has a strong tendency towards privacy. He's a very polite and observes appropriate rules of decorum when possible, so he sits in the corner and points. He is not particularly interested in what others think of him. He tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others. He is slow to anger and doesn't seek out excitement and feels lustful. He's a friendly individual and thinks before acting. I want a dwarf with a short skirt and a long beard. What? You want a dwarf? I want to see him meet his fate RNG again. Well, wait for the redemption, or I think I said what? Minimum $1 in bits or tips, because today's the last stream before vacay, and streamers gotta. Well, I don't get paid time off. I just get resub revenue, which is a portion of what I make, but not all of it. You want to be the ugliest thing I can find. Chat, what's the ugliest thing in the fort? I don't want to say the polar bear people. I'm going to be the dick on the internet for a second. All right, you can be the elf. Den. Wait, actually, what do you want me to name you? Because your YouTube name is just Den DD5PP. Do you want to be Den? Or do you want to name it something else? Specifically. Pax Mackerel. I'm not gonna lie, the White Stripes is one of those album covers that I can hear. Just want to be Danny? Okay. You're 276 years old, inflamed by hatred. You develop hatred towards things easily. And she cuts any corners possible when working on projects, regardless of the consequences, rather than wasting effort or resources. She's truly fulfilled in assisting those in need and is confident under pressure. Sounds like a doctor, actually. She finds obligations confining, and she doesn't seek out excitement. She is somewhat quarrelsome, and she tends to hang on to grievances. She is brave in the face of imminent danger, and she has a noticeable lack of perseverance. She prefers that everyone lives as harmoniously as possible, and she is grateful when others help her out, and she tries to return favors. She often develops positive sentiments, and she likes to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract. She likes to brawl, and she is disturbed by this, and she values quiet, at least in the abstract, and she tries to keep things orderly without orderly, and she is quite ambitious. Yeah, I was just more reiterating for clarity today. I'm sorry, but just let me know what you want when you want it. If you want something to find fate RNG, military is recommended. She cracks her knuckles when she's angry, and she does not mind being outdoors, at least for a time, and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Welcome to the fort, my friend. So this is Hell, as they call it. And Hell has a very good form of corpse disposal. We have these infinite holes that will allow us to dispose of anything infinitely right here. So I'm going to put this here so that we can start disposing of the bodies. There's a lot of things being dumped right now because if I actually go here and I go to body parts, you'll notice pretty quickly that there's actually just kind of like a lot of these. So a lot of them are completely inaccessible and in really bizarre rando places, but plenty of them are accessible, and so we are doing our best to go for them. Wasp, hello, thanks for the raid, and sorry, thanks for the 15 months, appreciate you greatly. What were you guys up to, Wasp? And Wasp, what do you like a dwarf? I'm trying to populate this fort with dwarves. I've also got dragons, I've got a hydra, I've got giant birds called rocks, but Asori's first. So, Danny in YouTube chat says, best $5 I've ever spent. Now back to figuring out what the Howl Shower is. Is that a dwarf fort thing? Spavend? Spavend. Is that like Skaven with a spade? What is a Spaven? Well, congratulations on your successful spavening. I'm glad that you have spavened with much success. Oh, Space Haven. Oh, okay. How is Space Haven? Like, I always found that game to be a bit whelming, like, whenever I played it, so I've been a little bit hesitant until I hear more about how it is. But, yeah, I always found it a little bit underwhelming and not, like, super remarkable every time I played it throughout Early Access, but you paved the way. If it gets positive buzz about the 1.0, I'll check it out when I get back from my trip, because I will be gone for a little bit. Yeah, I agree, Elray. How did I end up killing the demons? Soldiers, hydras, rocks, large boulders, and a lot of bolt throwers. It's very whelming, but the store should... Whelming? So when I say whelming, I mean, like, underwhelming. Like, uninteresting. Like, it was always very slow. And, like, the combat was kind of mid. What the shit? Caravan from Alath has arrived. The presence of your ruler has attracted great riches. Sure, but what? I can't remember what happened to those squad... It was a Forgotten Beast, wasn't it? The fire-breathing Forgotten Beast, wasn't it? I think so. Well, let's do that. And what's your last name? So to those of you coming in from the raid, hi, my name is Greg. I play too much Dwarf Fortress. Sometimes chat lets me play other games. Today's my last stream before I'm going on a break until the 30th. And we're trying to finish up this fort today. So I have some silly incentives that aren't normal. If you cheer $1 in bits or subscribe, $1 or more in bits, or subscribe or gift a sub or use a prime, I will just give you a dwarf, basically. We're trying to get as many dwarves named today as possible, and we're going to try and end this fortress on a positive note. I've spent this fortress breeding dragons, and I had been breeding hydras for a bit, but unfortunately they all died. And we also have many Dwayne The Rock Johnsons. So if any of these strike your fancy as something that you would like to be named after, do let me know. Devil Dawn, what would you like as well? Just we're working on a list here. Currently, I need to scroll back up and see what Sorry asked for. But, so you want somebody in the military, I presume, right, Asori? Do you have any preference? Like ranged, melee, beard, none? We can make adamantium Labubus. I mean, I could make some adamantium figurines if you want. I don't know what else a Labubu would be. The use of whelming has been somewhere between overwhelming and underwhelming. Is contemporary adaptation of the word. Used to be synonymous with overwhelm. Huh. Interesting. We've checked for heat. What devilry that? Oh, it's fine. Water spills out over there. All right, Devil Dawn, what would you like while I'm waiting for a Sorry? To let me know if they want a beard or not. Otherwise, I'll just give them a military dwarf. Got another trade caravan incoming. Assuming you have preferences, Devil Dawn. We're skipping the rules for today, so essentially, El Rey, if you subscribe or cheer $1 in bits, I will just give you a dwarf. Do not need a dwarf, you're good. Do you want to give it to El Rey, who wants one? Because we could just credit it to El Rey if you like. Welcome, Leprechaun. Appreciate you, man. Well, better late than never, hey? All right. Well, El Rey, what would you like? We can just work from there. Question, what is the hardest location in terms of resources to try to survive on? As even ocean, mountains, etc. you get wood from caves? I don't think there is such a thing as a hard location to survive in Dwarf Fortress. I think the only like truly difficult ones are the ones with actively hostile surface layers. So like terrifying. In terms of resources, like you can turn down resources like crazy to make things kind of ridiculous, but that's all you can really do is just turn down like the scarcity of resources and then settle somewhere without trees. You could also generate worlds that like don't have cave layers, and if you did something like that, then you wouldn't have access to the trees and the caverns. But like Dwarf Fortress isn't really a resource scarcity game, like so it's not really a going concern, I would say. Bearded Brewer. Elrays, the Bearded Brewer, is swayed by emotional appeals, strong sense of duty, greatly pleased by his own appearance and accomplishments, is prone to strong feelings of jealousy, can handle stress, and can easily fall in love or develop positive feelings. He likes to brawl, and he has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others. He has an active sense of humor and doesn't seek out excitement and tries to hang on to grievances and generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, and he has a greedy streak and he tends to be passive in discussions. I'm going to finish reading this first. He personally sees perseverance in the face of adversity, bullheaded and foolish, doesn't see the attainment of knowledge as important, and dreams of raising a family. He likes tin, peridot, and crystal glass, as well as goat horn, peach-faced lovebird, parchment, and the color light brown. Leggings, backpacks, and weapon racks, and splints and the words of the fatal crypt, and when possible prefers consume desert tortoise, dwarven ale, and donkey's milk, and rice flour, and absolutely hates flies. You have one friend who's Ubal, the metalsmith. And Asori wanted to be a dwarf that meets their fate. So that's Eric. I'm gonna give you a military dwarf who's happy. Like somebody in a good mood who's in the military. That's what we'll do. Like maybe this dwarf. Dulmat. 49 years old. Hopefully Asori's still here. So I was waiting to hear if they wanted a beard or not, but... He intrudes practical concerns for philosophical discussions, puzzles, and riddles, and the world of ideas. He never feels hatred towards anyone or anything, and is rarely jealous. He is very stubborn and is not careful when working on projects. He often spends unnecessary efforts, and finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding, and prefers to present himself modestly, tends to consider what others think of him, tends to avoid crowds, and tends to seek out excitement, is slow to trust others, and generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. And when greeting others, he always smiles nervously, and needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. He dreams of raising a family, and this dream was realized. He has a daughter. His spouse is dead, though. Which is really sad. And he likes Electrum, Red Glossier, and Giant Vulture Leather, Snail Tooth, Alpaca Wool, and Short Fin Mako Shark Parchment. Vests, the words of the teacher of meandering, and when possible prefers to consume Flounder and Gutter Crewer and Donkey's Milk. Yeah, Bastet, you were a rock? Yeah, so your rock died. You got into a 1v1 duel with a big scary monster and it didn't end super well. Sorry. Alright, let's sell a bunch of crap. In fact, I'm actually real tempted to just sell all bolts except for the steel bolts. I was going to say, except for the steel bolts and the adamantine bolts, but I don't think we have any adamantine bolts unclaimed. So, except for the steel bolts, basically. My phone is going off. I need to look. What's going to happen? What's happening? It's my dad. All right. Then over here, Sell everything except for that. The steel stuff. I have to say that being able to just select everything is genuinely one of my favorite parts about the recent changes, is just being able to be like, fucking send it. Genuinely the greatest thing. Like, truly. It's so good. It's so good. Like, what's your favorite of the recent changes, chat? Because honestly, just being able to click that button, oh, nothing really compares. Let's just uncheck that. I've got a bunch of things to place. You love a full send, just the just get rid of all of it. The fuck it. We're on sale. Vibe. All right, let's get those two placed. And watch as the whole game slows down because everybody is hauling everything. I wonder why they chose to walk that way. That would be the first time they've walked that way. The memorial tower? Oh, like on top of the dragons. Thought that was a thing from a patch for a second. I was like, what's this memorial tower? But yeah, no, I agree. It is a neat feature. Best DF story generation moment you ever saw. Dwarf dreamed of raising a family, got into a fight with a giant salamander and got his bits eaten. No more. Did he do that at a young age? Shadmal cannot find a... So I keep seeing this. This is a forgotten beast that is fighting with demons and can't find a way to its destination. I don't know what his destination is, but whatever it is, it ain't this. That's for sure. I wonder if I can just do this along the top up here. And then just send my Marks dwarves like right here. Because that would be real handy if we could do that. He was like 30, rip. Well, shouldn't have been young and stupid, stupid. So this is a Forgotten Beast that's made of mud versus some Forgotten Beasts that are made of fire. So it's like they can't damage each other, and he's not flammable. So he's not flammable, and they can't damage him, and he can't damage them. So they're just like bebopping off each other. Also, I've been informed, for those of you who are sensitive to the lack of DF hack sickness, you can restart your games. Apparently DF hack's updated. Also, like, what do you have to do to lose your balls to a giant salamander? I know that should be put in, like, a blind compilation of out-of-context things I've said. But, like, seriously, what? Free balling in a kill? But, like, they don't have teeth. What's it gonna do? Gum your nuts off? We call it the DF Hackacid. Was Gelding blow? Maybe they have, like, nails or something and it's swiped. Although a salamander swiping is a very funny mental image. Hold on, just let me update DF Hack. Just so I can quick save. That's all I need. Just want my quick save. Thanks, Dracogen. I really needed that clipped. I needed that. I needed that one immortalized for all. The Infinite Universes, Monster Mesh. You know, I've been told that half the time the reason it takes DFHack like a few hours to update sometimes is because the maintainer needs to get home. If he's at work and a patch goes out, it's like, well, it's going to take 4 hours. Let's get home first. And sometimes he can remote into his PC and just update it without doing anything. But sometimes, like, Steam requires two-factor to push patches, which is, you know, probably a pretty good thing. And in those cases, sometimes it doesn't work right away. An alpaca wool right glove. Well, it's good to know we're getting something. Any Marks dwarves? Marks, get set. Yes. Those are my Marks dwarfs. I do need to put more into the squid, but do you have any preference of which Marks dwarf you'd like? Stonecoat? Or I could be like, they're all down here. I mean, actually, they're all like considered to not be Marks dwarves. Like, they all have skills in different things, but like these are all of them. So these are the two least upset: Mistim and Lycott. Or you could have the recruit Aerith. Okay, let's just go with one of the happier ones then, like Lycott. Stone Colt, or Stone Coat. Maybe we'll call you Stone Bolt, because you're if you want Coat, let me know. He does not have feelings of emotional attachment and never felt even a moment's connection with another being. He tends to avoid any physical confrontations and works to square his natural tendency with his crossbow, so he doesn't need to see them physically, and as his respective martial prowess. He does not easily fall in love, rarely develops positive feelings, tends to not reveal personal information. He tends to be swayed by emotional appeals, has a sense of duty, doesn't seek out excitement, and he enjoys the company of others. He is grateful when others help him out, and he tries to return favors. And he tends to think before acting. When he's excited, it's easy to tell because he drums his fingers, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. And he dreams of mastering a skill, and personally greatly respects individuals that persevere through their trials and labors. Sees guile and cunning as indirect and somewhat worthless, and doesn't particularly value loyalty. That's you. It's good to have you. Stone Bolt it is. Also, let's run a few additional dwarves. And it seems that Devil Dawn is giving a Wobble of the Wambler mug. If you're unfamiliar with the great Wobble of the Wambler, it is a great tale of how the Wambler once wobbled. It is a mug that is for sale on my storefront. It's a couple of Wamblers bouncing over top of a dead Bronze Colossus. If you would like to wobble with the Wamblers, you could type in !enter on the Twitch chat right about nowzers. And thank you very much for checking out that gift. What's up, Basement Tandy? Or Basement Andy? Very cute mugs. Yeah, if you're in the Twitch chat, like, it's worth like having a second one logged in for when those happen, I would say. But it'd be really cool if the YouTube stream could support those as well, but unfortunately they can't. Kind of bums me out sometimes, but it is what it is. Every day they wobbling. Wambling? Every day they wambling. So, I'm go through all this and see what they got. I'm sure there's something. We've got plenty of food, in case you didn't notice. Let's buy the thread, I think. I don't I buy the fancy pedestals? Maybe the display case? Papers? Splints and crutches. Kerplunk. And yes, I've sold them multiple artifacts, it's fine. Basement Andy, congratulations, you've won your mug. If you type in exclamation point, or not exclamation point, if you lose the link, you can type in exclamation point redeem. But if you click on the redeem link and sync your Twitch account, you will get a link to your mug. And if it goes away and you miss it, or if you're not at a computer right now and can't, just come back later while I'm online and type in exclamation point redeem, or you can just go to blindarl-shop.fourthwall.com/redeem and just sync your Twitch account. You can get your mug shipped to you. Appreciate you. Lord, I was born a Wamblin man. I'm a government man. I'm starting to genuinely believe that maybe this just goes for me and not everybody in the world. But I honestly feel that Talking Heads Stop Making Sense should be like prescribed as part of like healthcare routines. I don't know why I'm just like on a Talking Heads kick at the minute, but also these Forgotten Beasts, bad for the frame rate at the moment apparently. By Forgotten Beasts I actually mean demons. We are turning these into a thing through. I'm pretty sure it's mostly just this. Thank you, Devil Dawn. You also get a beer. Basement Handy. You're very kind, Devil Dawn. Cheers, dude. Yeah, the frame rate went down to 20 for a second there, but we're coming back up a little bit. Once we start breaking through these, the dwarves will be able to start firing. There we go. This will be real good for the military for a little bit. Now we just have to hope that we can actually kill some of them. Especially because I've used up most of the ammo. We do still have quite a bit left, but maybe not quite enough. I mean, what is it? It's all iron bolts. And there's a ghost right there. Well, that's not good. Stop making sense, making sense. No, exactly. I don't know. I discovered relatively recently that the Talking Heads Stop Making Sense is on the Canadian, like, Netflix equivalent Crave TV, which I get for free along with some other stuff that I'm already paying for. So it's kind of like a no-brainer to just use, you know? Like, it's one of those things where it's like, well, I might as well just keep it because, like, that just makes sense to have. Because, like, it's part of my... I'm already paying for it. I get it regardless of which phone plan I have. So because I'm paying for it, I might as well use it. And that has been a movie that I just kind of throw on in the background kind of a lot. I like how they're trying to attack the dwarves behind the thing. Did one of them fall? Yeah, it looks like it. Because there's only one left now. So they were able to take out one of the fire beasts. Now let's just see if we can get the other one. This is great training, if nothing else. I mean, they're all just novices, but hey, it's something. Hey! Okay, no, never mind. There's just one left now. Come on, dwarves. Maybe they'll be able to finish it off. Maybe not. Maybe it'll fall. Maybe it won't. Are you smoothing? No, you're stationed. Do you have any bolts? Yeah, you do. It's just at a bad angle, I guess. There's just steam. That's all that we're getting. Just gonna pause this for a second. And let's just go... Was it right glove? It's that bright metal shield. Big ol' hammer. Could put some coins on here. Maybe I sold those. Why don't I put that barrel there? Boop. We'll do that. Slowly fill up that little artifact hold. In the mid-'80s, there were topless girls with nipple covers and cages dancing on the side of the stage. That sounds like the 80s. Not that I was alive in the 80s, but it certainly sounds like what I would imagine the 80s would be like. Not the... I mean, I've seen pretty similar things at shows now. The order is confirmed. Hell yeah, Basement Andy. The thing that like always breaks me that I've seen is I've seen a punk show in a closed down strip club. That's maybe the one of the most out there locations I've ever been in. It was a few days before it was set to be like demoed, and so a few days before there was this show, and it was it was a fun time. There was chairs sticking out of the walls by the end of it. It was a experience, shall we say. Okay, so you're putting in blocks. You're putting the memorial in. Got there for a month of the 80s? Yeah, you're a few years before me. Oh yeah, no, I've seen other live shows that they did. There's like... There's a few bands that like... I repeatedly go back to and just like look at old recordings of them from their prime, and Talking Heads is one of them. Another one of those bands is ZZ Top. I really like watching footage of ZZ Top at their prime. Like, those dudes have some really jammy shows from back then. I'm convinced that those waterfalls are the only thing keeping us functional at the moment. Okay, so this goes up here, and then up to here, and then up to here. I think I'm actually just gonna build this up, because that's just siltstone. So I could just do siltstone. Maybe siltstone up to here. But let's run, I don't know, diorite, it's fine. And do doors over to there. Although I was actually thinking about this recently, because I've been wondering, like, I wonder what the most influential thing on my music taste ever was. And I have to say, I think I went on this youth group trip thing. I don't know what year, but it was like I know that the OG Xbox was still a going concern, and the 360 wasn't out yet. But I remember people talking about the Xbox 360. And it was this trip to a ski lodge, and there was a bunch of kids in this trip, and I remember the drive out there, and I remember getting out there, and one of the kids brought his Xbox and a TV, and we set it all up, and the OG Xbox. I remember playing Halo. It was the first time I ever played Halo, and I remember playing, or not playing, but I remember he had a bunch of stuff on his hard drive, and one of those things was Iron Maiden, Brave New World tour. which is like the early 2000s album and tour associated with that album. We got a Migrant Wave. And so we sat there and I think 2 or 3 times back to back watched it. And around the third time we were watching it, a couple of the kids there had pulled out guitars and were trying to learn the songs. And I think that might be one of the most influential things I ever did for my music taste, because I am a huge Iron Maiden fan. And I remember him giving me the MP3s for Brave New World, because he just had them on his Xbox and just like lent me a USB stick, and I gave it back to him after the fact. So, yeah. It's interesting times. It's either Linkin Park or one Russian punk rock band that stopped existing a decade ago because their lead singer died of a heroin overdose. Ah, that sucks. That happened with Crazy Town? Yeah, that's the one that I can think of that happened with. Apparently my blood sugar is high. I'm just going to go stab myself with a needle. I will be right back. There we go. That's metal. I don't know. I honestly think it's kind of sad, but because I find a lot of the time when artists die very young like that, it's just it's become a bit too real for me, I guess, at this point. But because I've seen it happen in this industry too, so it's just usually sad. But what's pretty metal is I went to a show this past week, this past weekend, and my neighbor showed up at it, and like, I don't know, 20 minutes into the show, like the first band was just starting, my friend or my neighbor sent me a text and he goes, "Hey, are you at a show in Vancouver?" And I was like, "Yeah, why?" And he's like, "Cause I'm here. First band's pretty good." And I was like, "Come say hi." So we walked over and we hung out. And then during the first heavy band, because there was a good few bands in that show that weren't that heavy, we started, like, you know, moshing, as one does at a show. Anyway, he apparently broke his ankle during the first set and then continued to mosh for the rest of the show. Like, he sent, he texted me a few days ago, and he's like, "Yeah, so I remember how I rolled my ankle right at the beginning?" I was like, "Yeah, and we told you to sit down," is what I was thinking. And he's just like, "Well, apparently I broke it." I was like, "Okay." So that's pretty fucking metal, mostly because nobody died. But can't deny, that actually is pretty fucking metal. Oh, stabbing myself. Yeah, okay, fair. I've given myself insulin injections during shows before and really freaked out security. Like, I've been pulled aside at venues before because I've been like one guy told me, he's like, "Okay, but like," he's like, "I can't stop you from doing this because I understand that's just you taking your meds, but could you at least go to the bathroom?" I'm like, "Yeah, fine." I didn't want to miss anything. It's not my fault. Like, I need insulin. The dude in the other chat's talking about the Russian band King and Jester. I'm not even going to try and pronounce that. Romanoid says yes, that's correct. Huh. Neat. There's a few Russian bands and, like, Russian-speaking bands from post-Soviet countries I've listened to over the years. It's always one of those, like, well, I don't understand any of this. Like, I own a record that's in Russian, which I bought at a record store for $1. And the reason I bought it is because the band is called Formula One. And it has, like, a knockoff-looking Mad Max cover art. And I was like, this is way too dumb to not buy it. And it was in the hair metal section. And it's this Russian something. I don't even know what. But I laughed because it was called Formula One, so That was the entire thought process. Was it has funny names, so I guess I'll buy it. Apparently, we've unleashed an echo of a forgotten divine retribution. Where? Uh-oh. And here I thought we were clear. I guess not. It's an Angel of Reketh's pikeman. It's a small humanoid composed of salt. It has a round shell and an outer surface. Its outer surface seems to flow about its body. Ugh. That's some Annihilation stuff. Y'all seen Annihilation, chat? Or read Annihilation? Distressing. It seems to flow about its body. It was created by the dwarven god Rithlut and is part with fish, oceans, and rivers, lakes, and salt. Yeah, kind of same. Greg and then some. I haven't read it, but I would like to. What's the deal with divine metals? Can weapons be melted down and reforged? So nothing that's named can be melted down and reforged, so the artifact ones can't be, but these angels have, like, god metal, divine metal. I always call it god metal. I don't know. Divine metal weapons, usually, and sometimes divine metal armor as well, but these are all fabrics, so it's just the weapon, but the weapons can be melted down. So if I go up to here and type in metal, I mean, a lot of these items are not melted downable, but I do have a few that are down in here. As you can see, I've got these 2 rusted metal short swords that I've made out of god items. I've got this pike now that just appeared. There's a bow, apparently, which I should just set all these to be melted for when they're done. But yeah, so as long as they come off of an angel, then you can melt them. And I have a soldier right here, which is very convenient. So Udib jumps backwards, and the soldier that charges in is wielding a steel short sword, I would presume. Looks like it's a masterful steel short sword. Adamantine armor. The miners all start to split very quickly. She begins slashing at the devil, stabbing at the angel, and hitting it in the upper body, breaking away the tissue, and it flies in half. Slices it clean in 2. Well done. That is kind of sketchy right there, but we will dig through this. Salty blood for your fries, sir. Body salt, more like. It's like sweat. But if you want large sources of godlike metal, tempered Kalameet, digging around in the adamantine spires isn't really the way to do it. The way to do it is you go humanoid monster with the head of a bull has arrived. Also, Thades is tantruming, which ain't brilliant. If you want large sums of it, you have to play adventure mode and find a vault, and then either carry items from the vault into a fort or raid the vault from fort mode. I'm not talking about Red Annihilation from Quake. No, I'm talking about the film Quake. I'm talking about the film, not Quake. So I'm talking about the film Annihilation. Or the book, Annihilation. Uh-oh, what's going on up here? Senbis, the metalsmith, has been found dead. Oh. Well, that's what I get for tabbing away from this. I'm actually just going to put this body out, so I don't need to memorialize it. Actually, it was steam there, meaning you almost didn't die. All right, let's see how many of the baby dragons get to breathe fire at this critter. Chat, can I get a round of beers for good luck for the baby dragons? Get them, boys! Oh, that's never going to be old. It's never going to get old, man. It's never going to get old. Never. It's literally not possible. The burning wagons is something. The burning wagon situation was indeed crazy, but I need to make that into a short, I think. So chat, do you guys have any plans or vacations set up for this summer? The baby dragons are super cute, good Charles. You know, this fort's been an ordeal, let me tell you. Let's just go over to here and just melt a metal object. Really? Guess I just don't have enough objects set to be melted that are available just yet. Alright, how much adamantine do I have? I have 102 adamantine wafers. Adamantine high boots. Adamantine gauntlets. And let's do 30 of each. No, that's the wrong screen. This 30. No. It'd help if I turned on the numpad. So they're able to make babies at age 10, but they're not full size until year 1000. So they can make babies after 10 years, and they look full size after 10 years, but they aren't able to like lay eggs until the year one, or they aren't able to be full size until the year 1000. Same speed as elephants. It's pretty standard for animals of that size. I think 10 is like the longest. Like elephants, elephant seals, rhinos are all 10 years. Some are 6, but most are 10. It's like, it's very standardized. Right now, so both weirdly having every day be a vacation and also not planning any real vacations because you don't know when you'll be starting a new job. Yeah, I've never been, like, luckily, I guess, I've never been in that position as an adult where, like, I've had to go without, you know, being employed for a while. Like, I've always at least had a shit job. And, like, I think I've done a good enough job networking where I live now that it would actually be really easy for me to find part-time work, just, like, working for a local business. Kind of like, when I worked in fast food the first year, I had a contact of a guy who, let's just say, grew a lot of green plants in his field that he wasn't supposed to. Anyway, I may or may not have had a hookup where I would get paid cash to just, like, show up and, like, clip weed when I was that age. So, like, whenever I did end up in the weird positions where they tried to lay people off or, like, try to not fire us, but, like, fire us, so they would schedule us for crappier shifts that would pay less. When I worked full-time nights, and that happened, I don't know, over the span of about a couple months. It wasn't even like that long, but it was basically like one crappy summer where I had a crappy boss who tried to do that a bunch. And during that time, like, I did end up in spots where, like, I wasn't scheduled for like 3 to 5 days at a time. And genuinely, I just kind of didn't worry about it all that much and just went and did temp work other places. And I think that if shit gets horrible out here, which hopefully it doesn't, it's like I quite like what I do and at the pace that I do it. But you know, in a world where if shit gets worse and I needed part-time work, it's probably what I'd go do. Just go work for somebody local. Broccoli? Oh. I get it. So this is now my trash disposal. Bits and pieces get thrown into there, and then stepping on this switch makes it fall. Start your own company, but you sold it and now you're trying to get back into engineering management? I mean, that's a pretty good turnaround. When did you sell it? Like, that can't have been very long. You're going to Document Life to upload to iNaturalist this weekend. I don't know what that is, but although where is still a good question. Gotcha. About a month ago? Hell yeah. Well, congrats. Hopefully you have like usually when people say that they're between gigs, like it usually means that they got laid off or things went bad. It's very rare that I like read what I would describe as objectively good news. Like if you sold it for a profit and did all right, then hell yeah. Congratulations. Unless it was oh god, we can't afford to run this anymore, better sell it. In which case then I guess my congrats is misplaced, but all right, we're going to move this up one. Get a little bit more space up here. Not a crazy profit, but at least broke even. It was a nice change of pace and a new experience for a few years. Yeah, no, totally. That's nice. It's nice to hear when people get to do stuff like that, you know? Why do you have a bow? Stop it. Put that down. I don't need you to use that. Live in a town where people actually come for vacation, so you planned nothing, honestly, just waiting for the sea temp to rise before you go swimming. That's kind of like my reality these days now as well, good Charles. Like, I do live somewhere that people actually intentionally visit now, which is a very weird change from where I used to live, which was like a suburbish proxy city that like nobody would go out of their way to visit ever. And now that I live somewhere where like people actively vacation, it's like there's just enough shit happening like in the summer that like unless there's something I really want to go do, I'm kind of like just good. Although I'm really sad that Blues Fest isn't happening this year, because Blues Fest was really cheap. But we do still have a pretty good Jazz Fest that happens in the summer, so I'm gonna have to go to at least one of those shows, or at the very least, like go hang around outside. Like there's 2 festivals that happen in this city that are pretty large, like bigger than the smaller ones that I just mentioned. And last year, like Public Enemy played, so I got to just wander around downtown and listen to Public Enemy ambient way off in the distance, which was kind of neat. Although they did ask me to stop loitering on the street that it was happening on, so I went across the road. We're like, maybe like don't loiter here. Like this is a fire lane. I was like, okay, fine. I'll go stand on the other side of the road then, where you can't tell me to not loiter. Although there was one spot that I was told not to loiter earlier that same weekend, but that one I understood because apparently there was a person who had recently started renting an apartment close to where that event happens, and this person was apparently so annoyed that she was throwing shit at people that were standing outside, assuming that they were going to the festival. And it's like, I feel like if you're gonna rent a place that's right next to a festival ground and then also get really mad at all the people participating in the festival, I feel like you missed a memo somewhere. I'm not sure where, but like, I think that might be on you, you know? Like, I don't think you're taking your anger out in the right place. You know, like sometimes I understand Karens, like every now and again it's like, okay, no, that's justified. Like you are well within your rights to be annoyed by whatever thing here. But maybe not that. Like like maybe your personal annoyance with this situation is a bit misguided in this one. Okay, so that can just be filled in then. That can just be filled in. That can be filled in. Those can be destroyed. And those will keep. trying to get this as direct as possible. It's like, I acknowledge that's probably the noisiest apartment in this entire city once a year. But also, like, you get 2 free festivals. Like, I'm sorry, you rented the wrong apartment, but, like, I would be stoked. I mean, obviously, I'd have to end work at 5 p.m. 6 days a year, but, like, I know someone who moved on top of a bar and they complain it's loud. Yeah. You know, there's this thing called white noise, and I know somebody right now who's moving downtown to admittedly, like, a pretty busy nightlife area, and there was this brief comment of, like, well, you know, like, that part of town gets a little wild at night, but it's a nice kind of white noise, you know? Like, it's just, like, the ambient sounds of outside. It's like, I live in an area where every now and again, like, 1 o'clock in the morning, there'll be somebody cursing on the other side of the road, and it's like, I don't know. It's kind of, having lived in, like, the country before, and also lived in various densities of downtowns over the years, it's kind of nice to just be around loud every now and again. Because it reminds you that you're not the only human alive, you know? I'm just going to make rock pots. I'm just going to make 300? 200. Fine, that's the number I hit. And we're going to make them out of diorite, because apparently I've got too much of that. And they're going to carry them all the way underground. So you know what I'm going to do? I'm actually going to go to here, and I'm going to get rid of these. Because I don't need these so close anymore. And I'm just going to go to here. Just go make these appear, because then they'll get constructed quicker. Crafts. Diorite. Go diorite. 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 Whenever you call your mom at night and I'm like, what the fuck is that noise? And she says, the crickets? You don't remember them? And I'm like, you know, I feel like I say this way too much when I'm talking about people I know, but I know somebody who lives in the kind of more farmy area, like on the other side of the island. It's like, I don't know, maybe in a car about 30 minutes, in a bus maybe about 40 minutes from here. I could bike there probably in an hour. And apparently the frogs are so loud at night right now that, like, you have to shout. We get some frogs where I live up here, but, like, they're not few and far between, but, like, they stick to, like, the very dense park areas, so they're not bad at all. They're pretty reasonable volume length levels, but it is quite... I'm kind of envious, actually, of, like, the areas where they just have frogs screaming at them all the time, because I love the sound of frogs. Okay, so I'm upgrading the gear for my soldiers once more. Let's grab this, do a run through, and see what we got. Oh man, look at all those new boots. Look at all those new boots. Why are you not picking stuff up? Is it because no health problems? Okay, well then I guess that we just need more crossbows. Yeah, I think we just need more crossbows. Although, actually, maybe not. Yeah, we'll just make 10 iron crossbows. Something's up with that. Then I can just usurp that walk around now because this is all safe, so we can go through here and through here. Actually, let's widen this a little bit. Do that and that. Because why do I need them going all the way around here? Like, this is the side entrance now. Constant buzz. Yeah, I've been in places with cicadas before, but never at full force. A couple years ago, what was it? Some people in chat probably remember it when there was like the 7-year cycle of the cicada brood. There was all sorts of posts on the Discord about it, and there was people posting like videos of the inside of their houses on like my Discord, and it's just like thunderous screaming from the cicadas. I do miss the crickets where my grandmother lived, which was further up the island. It was like every spring, crickets, constant. I quite like crickets as well. You're sad that you don't live somewhere with a megabird? I feel like that would be really cool the first time it happens. And every time after that, it would be really fucking annoying. Like, I feel like that's how I feel about it. If it was an annual thing, I feel like I would care less. But the fact that it's like every so often, like it's every 7 years, like it's long enough that you don't get used to it. And yeah, frogs I get very jealous of. Frogs and crickets I get jealous of. I don't get jealous of fireflies. Purely because I'm well aware of the kind of climate that you need for them to be happy, and I don't like that level of humidity. You have stink bugs crawling in your... We are like on a strict kill on sight order for stink bugs because they are extremely invasive here. Why are they so upset? If that's upset, you've never seen an upset fort. Ken, I don't think you've ever played this game before. So there's 163 dwarves in the fort. 24 of them are a little bit miffed, which is fine. And then we have 18 that I would describe as upset. That is less than 10%. So I can run... Like, if you watch my video where I let ghosts take over my fortress, there was a good period of time in that fort where I had over 100 most angry dwarves. And the fortress was still mostly functional. Like, yeah, there was tantrums, but, like, for the most part, things were still functioning. The ones digging in the room? I don't know. I mean, like, why is this dwarf upset? They've had a hard knock life. We've invaded hell. I'd say the population of the fort has died at least once. So we were at 250 dwarves at one point. We're down to 160. We were as low as 110. So a lot of dwarves have died. They've probably had dozens of family members and friends die. We've fought off dozens of demonic underworld denizens, if not hundreds. Some as recently as like days ago. We've been invaded. We've got an army of dragons. I don't know. Some dwarves are just grumpy. I think people put an over-reliance on this. This is just like a general idea of the vibe. As long as it's not overwhelmingly low, you're not in a bad spot. Make this pop-up go away. So there's 3 little dots that you can click, Sergeant Donut, when you do the resub thing if you don't want to pop it. The 3 little dots are, there's a button that just says skip the notification for this month. And if you click that, it will skip the notification for the month. It shouldn't. It's not supposed to, but... Or you could just use it when I'm offline. I don't know. The phone app is bad? Well, yeah, duh. Of course it is. What's sad is, like, it was pretty good for a while. I really like the current, like, phone layout for the app. The actual functionality of it isn't very good. Like, I really like the on-screen chat overlay and stuff. Like, it's actually pretty usable from, like, the perspective of just watching the streams, but for basically everything else, it's pretty bad. But oh well. I mean, thank you very much for the resub and helping keep the channel funded. That is the primary way that we fund this stream. Sergeant Donut, you do have donut holes still, but I'm doing a thing today where I'm just trying to get as many things named as possible. So if you want me to name a table or a throne or an animal, all you need to do is cheer $1 or resub or use a Prime or subscribe or gift a sub, and I will give you something. So if there's anything that you'd like to name, let me know, because this is the last day of this fort. Three minor isolations per stream? Oh, immolations. 3, that seems high. It might be real, but like, that does seem high. I feel like there's been more like miners killed by random demons than specifically immolated, but maybe like two or three streams ago when I was still in the process of digging down. But at this point, that seems a little high. But that just goes straight down to there. I'm not entirely sure why I'm building this here, but because I don't really need this. This is kind of irrelevant. Yeah, fuck it. We'll just leave this filled in. So that's just kind of irrelevant. But yeah, no, there are upset dwarves, and we are like trying to deal with them, but there's only so much I can actually do. Save the game, okay. You're good with your donut hole? Got it. Figured, but I just wanted to offer anyway. Gotta keep the continuity. It's like 4 to 5 haggard dwarves out of 200. Yeah, it's totally fine. But they cause a shit ton of trouble and slay other citizens once in a while. Ooh. One even punched apart a door made of glass. Ugh. One of them is in a constant state of internal rage, and I'm thinking about booting him, but he's your champion? And you don't want him to wander the wilds forever because you have no holdings? I mean, you could send him, like, there has been times where I've taken all of the most pissed off dwarves in my fort and told them to conquer and occupy or demand surrender and occupy a weak place close by, and usually they pull it off. If it's, like, a cave or something with, like, a few kobolds in it, or, like, a camp, or, like, a fort, it's usually not too hard to actually just, like, muscle your way in and occupy a place. And I've got an engraver who's withdrawing from society. Why do I have such a low pop? Demons killed them all. Also, this is a low pop? What do you consider to be a not low pop? This is like pretty average. Like, to me, like a low population would be like below 50. What's a normal population for you? Why is it the last day of the fort? Because I'm bored shitless of playing it, and I think chat's bored shitless of watching it. That's why. And because everything must come to an end, I've literally invaded and occupied hell. And so I'm going to retire this fortress at the end of the stream. Okay, well, this fortress had 250 at one point. That's what the cap is. So if 163 is a low population and you cap it at 200, that's kind of a strange thing, in my opinion. Because, like, this is, like, very close to the population cap. Like, 2 or 3 migrant waves and we're there. I guess we have very different definitions of low. Am I going to keep playing in the world? Most likely. I don't really have any reasons to stop. But I'll release the save file of this fort before I retire it. I had 130 and now 163. So it's gone up. Like, you're asking me why such a low population. It's like, well, I've invaded hell. is why the population is so low. And during the invasions of Hell, we were also getting attacked by various animals, and I lost a couple trade caravans and missed out on trading a few times. I don't think the population has been low at all, period. Like, to me, if your population cap is set at 200, if you're below 100 dwarves, that's getting kind of low. But, like, I'm more than half of my population cap. I mean, the mining accidents are the least of the deaths. The largest causes of deaths were demons that could shoot webs, deadly dust, forgotten beasts, and yeah, that. You have it capped at 16. Yeah, but you're crazy. Like, genuinely, that's nuts. What really blows my mind, and this is kind of where I thought this was going when you asked me why the population is so low, is the people who play this game at, like, 500 pop caps and then complain that the game runs bad. It's like, we live in different universes, my guy. Because, like, I still have a hard time envisioning playing this game with a lower population than, like, 120. I mean, you gotta make the good times last, Miri. So obviously 16. If anybody knows what I'm referencing, you've seen Canadian television. If you... At the same time that I was watching Canadian television at my grandma's house. Otherwise, I mean, I had one fort a while ago. I've done this a couple times, but I had a fort a while ago called Seed Vault that had a population. The goal was to get it to 500, and I think I got it to 450 population, and it was running at like 30, but it's pretty clear around that point that the game just, like, isn't designed mechanically to have that many dwarves. And it just gets kind of hard to play at a point. You need to periodically cull them. Yeah, but that's part of the process, you know. That's a creepy statue. Is that a tick person? Well, I said about 450. What happens? It's very clear that the game isn't built to have that many people. It's hard to explain unless you've tried to do it. Like, there's things about how the dwarves behave and try to manage themselves where it just gets unruly. Like, it becomes difficult to play at a point. Like, it's hard to explain unless you've tried it. But if you've tried it, you'll probably know what I mean. Looks like a crab. Yeah, well, we'll have a take a look when it gets here. So yeah, I'm not really sure how to explain it outside of that. Definitely not Ken, but like, in the versions before the game released on Steam, if you've never played them, Dwarf Fortress would run at about 20 FPS in this fort, maybe. If I was lucky, I'd be getting 20 FPS in this particular fort right now. Right now, we are sitting at 50, which is a little lower than I would like, but that's for a few reasons. Like, there's certainly some things that are trying to path into the fort right now that are causing a little bit of lag. But a fort like this, like Arch Crystal, which is a fort that people have been comparing this one to a little bit because I've built a fortress in Hell. Arch Crystal was running at about a frame per second towards the end. So that was largely due to the fact that the game just wasn't designed to run with that many dwarves in a population at once. And that is no longer the case. Like, the game runs significantly better than it used to. But, like, it's not perfect still. And there are places where if you play the game long enough, you'll just start to see, like, sometimes it's like, oh, you know, maybe the game just doesn't run well in this particular instance. Sometimes it's like the game will run fine, but, like, it's very clear that there's too many dwarves in this space, and if something bad happens, then it's almost impossible to recover, and it's really difficult to stop them from like all clustering in certain areas that can cause weird issues. And it's just it very quickly becomes like the game is really fun when you have about 150 to 250 dwarves. If you have over almost double that, it can topple so much faster that it makes just recovering more difficult, if that makes sense. And combine that with just like, oh, you know, like if one dwarf goes berserk, then moods are harder to recover from. Basically, like the game can swing faster, which maybe could be fun, but like, I don't know, it doesn't feel like the game is built, like it doesn't feel like the game has mechanics to split up populations to manage that scale well, I guess. Better, faster, stronger. Yeah. Do it harder, make it better. Yeah. Daft Punk. You know, it's sort of like, I feel like I heard people complain about this with, like, Warhammer Total War, where it's just like, what's the issue with Warhammer Total War? Well, it seems that in places it's bigger than the game is capable of really handling in a way that's fun to play. And I do think that there's something to be said for that. You know? So we're going to drain out this by cutting out this. There goes the lava. So now I can go up top here and dig out that, dig out that, dig out this. Let's just dig all the way up to there. I tried and gave up. I will tell you this. When it comes to things like micromanaging districts, like, I will just reiterate what I said earlier, which is it doesn't feel like the game is designed to have that many dwarves. And you can take that however you want that. And you can be like, well, would it work if you did X thing? Sure, you can ask that question. I will give you the same response. It doesn't feel like the game was designed to be playable with that many dwarves. Like, the game's kind of population sweet spot, and what I personally feel they should be optimizing for is the, like, 150 to 200, maybe 300 range of dwarves. Because otherwise, there needs to be some pretty drastic redesigns of how dwarves cluster up in group, how they are organized, how the military is organized. Like, this UI is really pleasant and easy to use until this screen is full. Once you have more than 10 squads, it's like this UI becomes unwieldy, right? You can't reorganize things easily. It's kind of hard to manage. Like, you start to run into like technical limitations of how the game displays information that just gets more and more cumbersome with time. I don't know how else to explain this. I feel like this is just very straightforward and makes sense to me. And if you don't understand it at this point, go try it yourself and let me know how it goes. That's all I got, really. I don't know what else to say, guys. I mean, I don't really, like, it fits in one screen as far as my food and drink production goes. That's my food stockpile. That's my farms. Like, actually, I need some more farmers, probably. Yeah, I've kind of run low. That's my farms. That's my seeds. And as far as jobs go, it's literally just brew drink from plant, brew drink from fruit. Although brew drink from fruit should be a higher number, would. And they're just set to if number of fermentable leaves and fruit is too low, and if number of drink is less than drinks available is less than 100, just brew 150. Like, it's very straightforward. There's like no two ways about it. Now you have 7 Mary 3 songs stuck in your head. I don't even know what that is, so sorry. I don't know what I did, but I apologize. But I don't know. I get a little bit dismayed when I see people complaining that this game isn't optimized to run well with, you know, more than 250 dwarves. Like, if somebody complains about the performance of this game in a review or a comment or a statement on a Discord or forum, or even in my chat, and like as part of that complaint it states that they have more than 100 or it's more than 250 dwarves, I just roll my eyes and go like, what are we doing? You know? Hazaza, how are you doing on this fine day? Are you here to wish me a happy wake, eh? 'Cause I'm going on vacation soon. I mean, no, you just got me back on topic of Dwarf Fort instead of babbling about unrelated shit. I wouldn't say you released the beast of population talk. I would rather have active discussion that keeps chat moving than no discussion. And if it's just me babbling about whatever the fuck and nobody's interested, then that's worse than releasing the beast of conversation talk. Okay, I gotta start with rocks. So it's a quarry probably, right? Skeletons is probably what you need, but a quarry. Rough gems, okay. Stacked leather, okay. Rough gems. Cut gems, what's after cut gems? Stacked cloth. Got a fuckload of cloth. Silk and alpaca wool. Sludge devil silk cloth? Wow. Well, I don't know. Maybe there's like a container or something that is forbidden that you can't get to. You like the idea of being good at this game? Well, I'll tell you this. The best times of playing Dwarf Fortress is the period of time when you're learning Dwarf Fortress, because the game still surprises you. And even when you're good at Dwarf Fortress, you'll still sometimes feel like you're terrible at Dwarf Fortress. It's kind of the beauty of it, because Dwarf Fortress is kind of designed to be terrible at. Like you're going to be bad at this game kind of at points no matter what you do. Let's just do those. Janky forts are the best forts. Yeah, no, I agree. But I think that janky forts that run at least acceptably well are the best forts. Why is there so many dead cats? It's so distressing. And down here, I'm just going to place glass all over here so that we can at the very least, like, see what's going on over here. And up here, I'm also going to deconstruct all of this. Sent to Super Hell. That's what they get for using up all 9 lives. Volgel, thank you very much for the 18 months. How dare you summon a Forgotten Beast? Because I am going on vacation tomorrow, and you resubbed. If you resub, use a Prime, or cheer 100 bits today, or use at least, or make at least $1 worth of super chat. I will just give you something to name. So if you want a dwarf or an animal, let me know. How did I kill the demons of hell? With weapons and sharp sticks. And deal with those that spawn. With weapons and sharp sticks. Bolt throwers, marks dwarves, spears, swords, axes. The works. As for this forgotten beast, it's a 3-eyed tick. And it's in the one layer where it can't get to me, so we're fine. How's the fortress today? Pretty Gucci. How's your day today? Actually gonna go to here. Just hack down these trees. Poking around at your most recent fort, and you realize that literally every immigrant so far, population is 50, or you're rising the cap slowly over time. Gotcha is related to either by blood or marriage, with enough spots missing in the family tree that, or is a common occurrence you've never noticed before. That just means that you have a well-developed faction. That's all that means. It means your faction probably has a lot of history. If there's enough notable figures for everybody to like have some distant familiar relations, then it's just a very well-generated faction. Let's just get these 3 done first. So I'm just trying to make the stairway more direct, which means I'm going to have to make another one of these misgenerators. Quiet day at work, good food afterwards, hell yeah. Quiet day at work is always a positive. Best relaxing game soundtrack ever. You know, I do have a soft spot for the RimWorld soundtrack, but the Dwarf Fortress soundtrack is certainly up there. I definitely, it's in the upper echelons of top Dwarf Fortress works of music at this point for me. You know, I've been looking at a lot of different web browsers recently, Frogfire, because of that, and I find that it depends on the web browser. Wait, hold up. The Twitch tab takes 500 megabytes and the YouTube takes 2 gigabytes? I wonder if that's because like YouTube has like much higher quality capabilities. I never fully understood that. It's like YouTube, like for a while there, like the selling point of streaming on YouTube was, oh, they let you stream at 4K. I'm like, and who can load that? It's like, what percentage of the people watching can even like make use of that? I do actually wonder, like, what percentage of people watching on YouTube can actually run a stream at 4K? It's gotta be pretty small. But yeah, that's all I can really think is like it's just gotta be like, you know, the fact that it can run at such a high resolution. I'm not judging your 4K ways. It just seems like a waste of bandwidth to me. Like we're not there yet. But Senbis in YouTube chat, something I will say, I am going to make a video out of this fort. So you'll find out exactly how I defeated Hell in a coming video if you don't want to go back through the VODs. You ever run a stream beyond 360? Okay, I absolutely run streams above 360. I've been watching streams like at 1080 for the past few years, but I admittedly have had pretty good internet for a while, so I think I take that a bit for granted these days. Because like I do realize that I'm not the norm. Generally. I'll just put those there. It'll be fine. Is trading possible with the goblins? No. Goblins do not trade. They murder and assimilate. They're basically the Borg. Because, you know, everybody has watched the very contemporary modern TV show Star Trek. Speaking of, an N with 2 heads has arrived. The Etten. Ooh, this one's actually got an artifact. It's a perfect pig iron. Oh. And, some dum-dum was all the way out here and died immediately. Rip ton. That's unfortunate. Perfect pig iron is encrusted with stoneware cabochons and splattered with Ton's dwarf blood. He beat a dwarf to death with it. It's just a named item. I mean, you can name any item in adventure mode. You can mod the game to be able to trade with goblins, though, if you want Connor Phillips. It's pretty easy to do. He's jogging at a normal speed. Oh no, kitty! I feel like the kitty's working together with the dragons to bait monsters in. Like, I feel like that's what's happening there. That's really what it seems like. Okay, so you right there. We'll just do diorite and diorite. Diorite there and there. So this now goes all the way up. You guys can follow these dwarves as they dig. I'm gonna go take a piss. I will be right back.
Flobberdobberdoggadoggies?
All right, we made it. Kobold indeed. But no, my plan for this fort, once we're done retiring it, is I will just post the save file and you guys can just go do what you want with it. Like, if you want to build out this fortress more, tell more stories, do other things beyond me, I will just say go nuts. I honestly think, like, there's a point with a lot of forts where, like, that's just kind of the best thing to do, is just be like, you know what? I personally am done with this, but if you want to go do something with it, you're more than welcome to. And this fort's kind of getting to that point. Because I don't really know what else I can do with it that would be interesting to watch or, from my perspective, play. And over here, I'm just going to go pit pond. Just going to go start dumping water into these. Quick pop in from work. Lurking, you just learned that bug aliens took over Starfleet Command in Season 1 and was never spoken of again. This is true. Was that supposed to be the Borg and the writers decided they wanted a more robotic threat? I have no idea. All I know is that the continuity between episodes wasn't something that the original creator, Gene Roddenberry, really wanted. And there was a lot of infighting on the first season where stuff just kind of happened. And then he was, like, not removed from the show, but, like, stopped being an active going part of, like, the show's development. And that was part of the reason why a lot of things just kind of got left. So there is something right behind this. You once played as humans through mods? Why would you call it the least desirable? Generally.
Jeez, for everyone!
Also, in regards to, like, watching on one platform or another, I don't generally care where you watch, as long as you're still watching, you know? Because, like, the more people that are able to watch my streams, the more theoretical stability I have. So, like, as long as there's people watching this channel and they're getting something out of it, I have job security. That's how I see it, anyway. So personally, it doesn't really matter to me where you watch. As long as you're getting something out of it and enjoying the process, that's what generally just matters to me. Just in case baddie pop out, we have soldiers back here. Or we have a dwarf getting immolated, because it happens to the best of us. Rip. I am going to extinguish this flame just so we can bury you. Higher the number, the better. Yep. Jody. On Twitch, it's because, like, the higher your view count, the higher you'll be in people's following. So if, like, somebody jumps up out of nowhere, that's a thing that brings a lot of new people in. Like, it's really kind of interesting when, like, I end up on front page or something. Or when I get a big raid from somebody, as an example. Something that will often happen, like, as that happens, is I'll see a bunch of people I haven't seen in months, sometimes even years. They'll be like, whoa, I haven't seen you this high. I haven't seen you in my following list in forever. And it'll always be like, well, it's because, like, you know, it's been a long time since I've gotten raided with 1,000 people or whatever. It felt wrong. There was plenty to do, but it felt unflavored. So, you know how, like, maps in Dwarf Fortress are really deep? Like, when you start playing a fort, it's vertically very deep, right, Rakagen? I know that one of the plans that Tarn has always brought up whenever he talks about like making Dwarf Fortress like have other playable factions, it's always if you go to adventure mode and you go to a human city, it always will be like, well, this is a human town, and the human town is a very, very, very large, wide settlement with lots of like little buildings in it. And then this is a human settlement, and the human settlement is like, and this is a dwarven settlement, and the dwarven settlement is like fits in like 4 tiles and is very vertical. I think the way Tarn envisions making humans playable would be you can't dig as deeply, like you can't dig down to the Magma Sea, but you get to play on like a 16 by 16 map without as many vertical layers, like essentially inverting it. Yeah, because it blocks everything, and it's the fingerprinting stuff would be likely then, like some sort of security through line then. Frog for hire, interesting. The algorithm decided to bring back the good streamers. I hear that bookmarks are more effective than algorithms, but it's funny that the algorithm does that the day before I'm going on vacation. Entertainment in YouTube chat. But shoutouts to the algorithms, I suppose, for bringing me back. I did make a new thumbnail for today, and it doesn't look like it got added. What the heck? YouTube. Tab over to YouTube, and I realize that I'm using the wrong thumbnail. Oh. Well, that's why. It'd be nice if YouTube, like, would just be better about live stream thumbnails. Having to make a new thumbnail for a stream is a pain in the ass. I'm limited edition. I suppose. I mean, I guess we all are, aren't we? That's maybe a bit fatalist, but... Okay, there's something behind this. So I'll smooth and fortify this spot. It's easy when you really only get on Twitch for one streamer. There is, over the years, I've lost count of the number of times people said they made a Twitch account because of my stream. And the thing that really messes me up is when I'll see a streamer on and like I'll recognize the name because they've been around for a bit, and I'll think to myself, be like, yeah, okay, I don't really know when they started, but they kind of appeared. And also, Thades is now dead. Was beaten to death probably. Yep. Died of injuries after committing several crimes back to back. So good on you, Thades. Rest in pieces. Yippee, Kyo. It's good to see you, buddy. How you been? Yeah, anyway, so I'll encounter a channel that's like, oh yeah, this channel's been around for a while. I'm just like, I've noticed them on, I've seen them playing. They have a good number of viewers, and then for some reason I'll end up in their chat and they'll be like, oh, you were the first channel I ever watched. Like ever. And I'll just be like, whoa. I'm one of those now. Forgotten Beast, a saga, Palestrani has come. A towering eyeless Batrasword has a knobby trunk and it squirms and fidgets. Its ivory scales are oval-shaped and overlapping. Beware, it's poison gas. Where am I planning on going? Actually, I think this dwarf died to a prison fight with this dwarf, if I were to bet. No, it doesn't look like it. Where am I going, like, on vacation? I'm going to Montreal for Formula 1. It's something that I've done the last couple of years. I'm kind of more stressed about it than I feel like I should be. But I'm going with my dad, because my dad retired in April. So my dad is officially on the longest weekend. And so I convinced him to come with. Since I have a great podcast voice. Thanks. Ironically, none of my podcasts ever did well. I've been on a few podcasts over the years. One of them had a very small cult following, Most of them still watch me. And the rest of them like all failed catastrophically and eventually went up in flames. And were pretty awful experiences. Now I don't do podcasts, and I kind of miss them. Humans, well, I mean, if you mod the game to be humans, you're literally just playing dwarves, but they're humans. So of course they still suffer from being stuck in trees because they are literally identical to dwarves. Like, there is no difference, Drakagen. So yeah, if you're in Montreal and you're going to be at the Grand Prix, feel free to wave at me. I don't think I've ever been recognized at the GP. I do get recognized out here kind of frequently, though. I got actually the weirdest one, and I think I know who it is. I won't name drop him, but I think I know who it was in chat. I was at Omega Mart in Las Vegas. Oh shit, we're getting hit by that Forgotten Beast. I was at Omega Mart in Las Vegas, and a person just appeared out of nowhere, said hello, knew who I was, said he just wanted to say hi, and then disappeared, and I never saw him again. So this thing has poison gas. 2 dwarves are dead. Soon to be 3 dwarves are dead. This dwarf's doing a pretty good job dodging it, though, even though you're bleeding. Pieces fly off of you. An animal trainer running past. Child running past. Should really station a handful of dragons in here. Very drowsy. Oh, interesting. I realize I could, like, you know, do more to try and fend this off, but the soldiers will get here soon. The miners may have it even. It doesn't seem all that strong. It's just a giant drowsiness machine, it seems. And there it goes. They beat it to death. So now we find out exactly what you do. Drowsy. 3 dwarves are found dead, so there should be 3 tombs. At least one. Okay, what else? You need skeletons, don't you? I'm gonna slaughter one of the dragons. Because you need bones, I think. A lot of death already. Only 3. Considering how many dwarves fought with it, only 3 is fine. And then this goes all the way up to here. Wonder if they actually use this route. Because it is way more direct. Seems like they aren't really. That's fine, though. And then this just goes straight down into here, which goes straight down in... Yeah, it seems like they go to right here and walk over. I can just get rid of this wall, though. I don't need this wall. And then they just go down through here. And let's fortify this. Nate's my name. What? Like, I'm actively reading and participating in conversations. So I'm not sure what the question is. Because your question is, like, didn't want to bother you. Would you mind a conversation with a fan? I'm actively talking with multiple people in chat simultaneously, so the rule here is you speak and I respond. Sometimes chat doesn't even want me responding. Oh, that was you. Really? Okay. Huh. Because that genuinely was one of the like strangest ones ever, because I never saw you again. Like, if you just appeared in Omega Mart and then just vanished, is one of the most bizarre things ever, because that place isn't that big. But hi, it's good to know who that actually was. Oh, that wasn't you. Oh, okay. If that was ideal, or if you'd rather have a conversation. I don't know, it depends. Like, when people run into me in the wild, as long as I'm not eating, I don't really care what you do. Like, if I'm with a group of people and we're all eating, like, leave me alone. But if people walk up to me and just want to talk, like, that's totally fine. Generally, people don't want to talk, though. Usually people just kind of say hi briefly and then walk away. Do the non-aggravated roamer clowns care about attacking you at the fort after the first wave? They're kind of like aggressive land animals. So, like, if you get into proximity with them, they will attack you. Kind of like cave crawlers, or it's more or less like the way the third cavern layer works or Untamed Wilds works. Like, if they walk past you and they're close by, they will attack you, but they're just kind of doing their routes and leaving them out. Talking scary? It depends on the person. I don't know. I think I've had, like, ironically, maybe one bad interaction with a fan. Who just, like, encountered me in the wild. And that was because I think he'd had a few too many drinks and just wanted to tell literally everybody in the general vicinity that he'd ever met that I was a very famous internet celebrity. To which point I just kind of was like, please stop talking to me at a point. So yeah, as long as you're not doing that, I don't really care. That's really just how it works. Like, if you see me in the wild, like, yeah, come up, say hi. Totally fine. No issue. It's only an issue if, like, hey, this guy's a YouTuber! Like, at that point, then I might quietly walk away. Be like, I don't know this person. This is weird. So yeah, that's kind of the line that I draw. I think the funniest interaction I ever had with somebody was somebody who saw that I had a TwitchCon lanyard on my keys, who called me a nerd. Just unprompted. I don't know. This guy went to fucking TwitchCon. Will stick in my head forever, because that's genuinely one of the funniest things anyone's ever said to me ever. Because yes, I acknowledge that going to TwitchCon is pretty silly. It's like going to VidCon. Who does that? Gross. But no, the only reason that it was weird in Vegas is because Megamart, if you've never been to Megamart, it is a fake Walmart art installation escape room thing. Where, like, you can buy literally everything in there. Like, it is a functional store, but it's mostly a kind of a theme park almost, where you just, like, walk around in these weird contorting tunnels, and, like, you have to like ask the right people the right questions, and then you get given keys, and then you can get into other rooms to find, like, harder to get into spaces, and it's a pretty elaborate thing. And so it's not easy to find somebody in Megamart. And the reason that one interaction sticks out in my brain is because this person just appeared right in front of me, knew who I was, said hello, and then disappeared, and I didn't see him again. Which leads me to believe they probably worked there. Because, like, there's, like, no other way that someone would be able to just, like, pinpoint you in there, show up and say hello, and then disappear. Because odds are really good you'd run into them again, because it's not that big, but also it's really hard to just like there's not a lot of long sight lines in there. Like it's kind of like randomly running into somebody in a corn maze. Does that make sense? They're a wizard? I'm just convinced it was somebody who works there which is why I have a few theories as to who it was, actually. Oh, geez. Well, I seem to have screwed up my doorway here a little bit. There's a little bit of a flood in the Hellgate. Need to put a drain in there. Boosh. And look at this. Even more water. Which is actually what we want to see. So there's also something scary back there. So let's just chisel through that while we're at it. While we at it. Went back into the ether, yeah. It was also, like, not the first time it happened that day. Because, like, I don't know, I've gone through periods of time where I get recognized more than others. It's interesting, like, having some semblance of internet fame. Because, like, you know, I'm small potatoes in comparison to large parts of this industry. But it's interesting to be in a position where, like, I can tell because, like, if I have a video that kind of does weirdly well in a short period of time, I'll get recognized. We've uncovered a treasure of the gods. I'll get recognized a whole bunch in a short period of time. And then I won't get recognized for a really long time. But it just requires, like, a large influx of new people seeing. Without getting too deep into YouTube analytics, I can kind of predict when I'm going to get recognized. Because, like, YouTube kind of goes through cycles where it'll send your videos to new people, and then it goes through cycles where it just sends your videos to people who watch your videos a lot. So it's like YouTube classifies, like, your audience into several different categories, and it's like consistent viewers, regular viewers, casual viewers, and then infrequent viewers. And new viewers. So it's casual viewers and then new viewers. And if a video does kind of well or reaches a bigger audience, it'll get sent to a lot of your casual viewers instead of just the regular viewers. But every now and again, you'll get an influx of new viewers. And the last time I think that happened to me was when I released the Gremlin video. I haven't had a single video really do that since. The like History of Myths and Magic one did that a little bit. But the last one that really did that was the Gremlin video. And something like 50% of the audience of that video was a new viewer. I got recognized a lot around that time. And it's weird that happens. I don't know. It's hard to explain. It still doesn't feel real. I don't know. It's the thing I keep coming back to. I was going to queue something up, and now I can't remember what it was. What do I have for wafers? Very few. Because I think we're still making adamantine high boots and gauntlets, yes. Yes, we are. But it's an interesting experience, I don't know. My big goal when it comes to YouTube right now, though, is I desperately, and I do mean desperately, want to get my YouTube account to 100,000 subscribers. Like, I really, really want that. I just want to have a fucking play button. I know it doesn't really matter. It's not as cool or as big a deal as it used to be. But man, I just want a goddamn play button. The Forgotten Beast set rub Nurmengod has come. Huge rattlesnake with external ribs. It has a fat, bulging trunk, and it squirms and fidgets. Check, can I get a round of beers for good luck? Its purple scales are large and overlapping. Beware its poison bite. So something that I think is really interesting, Nate, is like the average video I upload, you know, if it gets 20,000 viewers or views, not viewers, 20,000 views, it'll have like 11,000 unique viewers. So like view counts are usually people watching videos twice. Okay, so it's going to collide with a dragon. That's a cool-ass Forgotten Beast, though. Necrostench! It's my new black metal band. Run, Dorothy! Oh, you are Haggard, so... Oh, man, I should have locked the door. Turn back around. Get him, boys! Boof. Beast, but beast. Easy peasies. Can I get a round of applause for the baby dragon? What do the burdinating? If you'd like to name this dragon, the name request is available. Reduced to atoms? Reduced to atoms indeed. I'm just so impressed it works so effectively on Forgotten Beasts. I don't know why I didn't think it would, but it does. I feel like there's a non-zero chance there'll be something mean under that. I'm just gonna put the whole military right here. And then we're just gonna channel through this. See if there's something back there. Trogdor the Burninator. So can I do a Trogdor to the Burnination or something? Because we already have a Trogdor. You got to be creative with the names because it turns out some people already come up with that. How about Trogdor, daughter of Trog? Nah? Anyway, she is trusting and she prefers to present herself modestly and tends to avoid any physical confrontation that works to square this natural tendency with respect to martial prowess. She is occasionally overindulges and is a friendly individual, except for Forgotten Beasts, and she tends to be swayed by the emotional appeals. She has trouble with this and she dislikes the natural world and she feels discouraged often, is used to tragedy. There you go. Oh, it's a giant cave spider, is what this is. It's the Crystalline Shadows. The item is an exceptionally designed image of the Crystalline Shadows, the deity of caverns and mountains, and it's depicted as a giant male cave spider. I never realized that, but apparently the god of caverns and mountains is a giant cave spider. Well, that's cool. Which is one of the more popular gods in this form. That's pretty rad. Also, I can send the squads home because there wasn't, in fact, anything scary back there. Rad and terrifying? Mm-hmm. Yep, both of those things. Let's also get that done. This done. Those done. We're just going to drain this after I drain this. So I'm going to drain the lava out into here. And then other things. Let's just go over into this corner. And go green glass blocks. Green glass blocks. Green glass blocks, green glass blocks, green glass blocks, and green glass blocks. Let's see if there's anything else under here. And we'll find out if there's anything murderous back here. Is that green glass flooring? Yep. I'm using it to see what's underneath, to figure out if there's danger. And if there is, then deal with the danger in safer fashion than default danger dealing. Okay, well, we found a decent chunk of liquids back there. I'm gonna just pause them from working on that, and we'll drain this lava in. Spider god of the underworld, caves and caverns. Trogdos? Oh. Wouldn't Mum have to be Troguno then? Should we? So, Danny in YouTube chat says Trogdos, as in like Trog 2. I mean, you could name another one Trogdos for the low price of $1 or more in super chats, or $1 in bits, or a Prime sub, or a gifted sub, or a resub. If you would like to name something Trogdos, we do have other baby Trogdors. It's not the only ones. There's multiples of them, in fact. I am, in fact, selling out-ish and being annoying about money today, but in my defense, that is purely because I'm going on vacation and going to miss a whole bunch of streams. So I got property taxes to pay in June. But regardless, thank you very much for those of you who have tuned in today. I do appreciate you. Got a pretty good crowd here today, so no complaints. All right, let's smooth through that. And drain a bunch of water down into here. I think it's been an okay grind, though, hey? You made something in hell? Yeah. I feel like this is less impressive somehow than the fact that I have a couple of dragons. I think the dragons are the much more crazy part of this fort, actually. Like, yeah, that's the crazy part of this fort. This has to be one of your most successful fortresses I've ever done. Yeah, in some aspects. I don't know. Like, what even is successful?
What even is successful, man?
Yeah, I suppose. I mean, we are about to build a tavern in hell. I want to get this area, this level here, dug out. I have been being a bit slow about getting things done here, but set you as a water source and set you as a pit pond, and they'll just move the water from there to there. And then you all the way up to here. And then here I'll just need to probably dig through one of these like that up above. And that's just water, right? We'll find out. What are the forces of hell like? You might have to go back a few days. It's basically like getting attacked by about 300 forgotten beasts simultaneously. Margaritaville. So, I'll be completely honest. I had almost no knowledge of the existence of Margaritaville as a thing until that one Eddie Burback video released where they went to every single Margaritaville. So, yeah. I feel like that's almost an insult to taverns to say that Margaritaville... Okay, let's just pause these so nobody's dumb enough to go down here for a sec. So I kind of screwed that up a little bit. A little lot. It's fine. Nobody's caught fire yet. Okay. Ladies and jerks, we're all good, I think. Deep within this place, which is strange, we've uncovered a treasure of the gods, which is up here. Also some water coming down now. Sizzle. There we go, sizzle. All right, well, at least it's going away pretty quick, and we have a way around it. Ah, okay. It's almost all gone. Okay. Well, aside from that being supremely sketchified and sketchy, I don't think
Anybody died.
Oh! Wowzers. That could have been bad. Oh boy. But yeah, I mean, like, if you want to say, like, most mechanically successful, sure. But I also think that Invading Hell got a lot easier around the time the Siege updates came out because bolt throwers are ridiculous. So, like, I don't know if I would have been able to do this really before bolt throwers. But now that bolt throwers are in the game, it's a lot more doable in a lot of ways. So I do think that's a big part of it. Oops, that's the wood choppy tool, not the tool that I actually want. All right, this could be a tavern in hell, or I could build it somewhere else down here. What do you think? Maybe this could be a temple? Needs a roof, though. So we'll just do that a little bit. And let's get some tables down here. Got silver tables. Those are going to be heavy as hell and very far away. The Council of Dwarves in the deep depths. Do I have chairs? Hey, I do. Look at that. And let's go down into here. This is where Dwarf Fortress G7 will take place. And then you're going to take items from This right here. Stockpile 23. And then this up here, once it's got flooring all the way around it, we'll put some sort of roof on it. I'm not sure what just yet, but something. Shem, the ghostly cleric, has risen. Let's also go bodies, body parts. I think most of these are just, yeah, they're all just outside. The question is, there's only 2 underworld critters right now that are visible. Do I try to kill them? What do you think, chat? Or do I just leave them? That's the question. Sounds dangerous? Oh, it is. Oh, it is. Most certainly is. Kill with what? My soldiers' bolts? Basically? Is what I would kill them with? My weapons? Gold table, gold throne, gold chest, gold ore. I don't actually know how much of these we have, but I'm going to say make 6 gold chests, 20 and 20. Is trapping them an option? Not convenient or practical or reasonable. But it's about the same as trapping a forgotten beast. I don't have any web spitters that are nearly accessible enough to really utilize for that. It's kind of, yeah, it's just not really in the priorities at the minute. Could I? Sure, but like, It's kind of the whole situation. Actually, I would argue Fire Orb might have been more successful because Fire Orb was a fortress where I caught, which actually, since I have my Adventure Mode soundtrack now, Fire Orb is on one of the inner sleeves, the fortress, but Fire Orb built a giant green glass ball and then filled that green glass ball up with demons and then separated the green glass ball from any notable supports around it and caved it into hell or into a cavern layer below and crushed all the demons inside. Genuinely incredible. One of the coolest endings I've ever had in a fort. It's one of the last forts I really built before I made the big movie videos that I do now, and I kind of wish that one made it into that, but it just didn't get recorded. Do I want to make a perimeter around hell? No, I'm going to do a hard save today, and then I'm going to retire the fortress because I'm pretty much done with everything I want to spend hours and hours and hours building. So if you want this save file and you want to do that, you're more than welcome to. I've been extraordinarily bored playing this fortress for the last maybe 3 or 4 streams, I would say. It's just been kind of trying to make it grand enough to call it done at this point. It's just not the kind of gameplay that I find to be particularly engaging at this point. It's like I've done everything that I think is interesting kind of deal. I'm more interested in going and founding a new fortress elsewhere and seeing what can happen. So that's all. So no, I have zero plans to do anything of the sort. I'm not really taking ideas. I'll think about it until I get back from my vacation. Because I'm going away until next Tuesday, more or less. And then I will be editing a video on this fort. And then once I'm done with that, we'll think about what we'll do for the next one. I know it'll be in the same world. I've got a couple sort of ideas, but I'm not going to promise anything right now. Because I might get new ideas or plans may change or... Yeah, we'll see. I mean, this fort literally, like, the only plan going in was get a dragon. Want to start a new fort, but you're nowhere near as far along with Dragbones as you are with this one, yet you really want to roll into the next one. So roll into the next one. Like, I think the biggest problem with streaming is you get, like, this preconceived notion that you have to do a certain thing a certain way. Just roll into the next one. Just don't do it. Just don't worry about it. You know? So I just had this Forgotten Beast arrive, which is a spider, which is the Hex of Cloaks. Let's actually just check. What is your ability? Beware its poison bite. It's a 3-eyed spider. I'm worried that this thing will have webs, actually. Yeah, no, totally. I mean, find the part of the game that you like more and just play that. Like, there's no, the classic saying is there's no wrong way to play Dwarf Fortress, and I do think that there's a lot of truth to that. This thing probably has webs, which means it'll probably be bad. Oh, are you suggesting the classic bad idea that's literally mechanically impossible to play, which is 3 separate populations on one map, Theragorn? Yeah, you can suggest that all you want, but it's impossible. It's literally it's not possible. it's not possible to do it that way. You could try all you want, you'll just end up with canceled jobs. It's not possible. It's one of the reasons I just kind of ignore a lot of suggestions is because, like, people will always suggest things that I know are impossible. Okay, so that's fucked up. That is fucked up, chat. It's got webs. If you guys aren't excited yet, you better grab your bandanas and your hats because... Oh boy, we got ourselves a Forgotten Beast with webs and a poison bite. It's literally just a stronger giant cave spider. You need a web emote? We need $3.50 in bits. That's what we need. I'll keep that in mind as far as the web emoji goes. I mean, it would have to be like a lightly animated one, like the lava and the water ones, I think. This is fucked up. We're gonna lose a lot of soldiers. Bullets are flying, dragons coming. Are you gonna get torched? You're gonna get torched, aren't you? Ha! Sorry, dumbass. But at least we got it. Gunyu, thank you very much for the raid. Chat, can I get a round of beers for the raiders? And a shout out, if possible. If the mods are here, I'm just going to extinguish this. Because I want to be able to bury the bodies. Oh, well, we did get the dragon there in time, and we saved a lot of losses because of it, but man, that could have been bad. Lost Doran, Zon, Cole. Where did I put that tunnel? There it is. And Deduk. Could have been worse, could have been better. And we got 2 baby dragons here. Yeah, it's just the Home Alone gif, right? I have a feeling that's the one that you're talking about. The guy screaming while getting electrocuted, that's Home Alone. That's the one that Mandalore uses in all of his videos. My god, there's so many, like, unclaimed tombs. That's brutal, man. I think I need more tombs. Well, not just vaporized dwarfs, but also like dwarves that fell into the unexisting puddle. Zzz. Also lost a metalsmith. Oh no, I lost one of the bears. Is this like their entire civilization? No, not even close. It was a dead faction, but this is also our civilization because we founded a Helix at one point, and I took over this goblin fortress, which we're now at peace with because it got taken back over, and I've also taken over Maligned Blades. So there are some of my population in this goblin fortress, but I've got this dark dwarven pits over there. So it was the entirety of the faction at one point, but it's expanded since. Basically like shrinking down these areas, and then we're gonna start filling stuff in. Okay, well, this layer can all be dug up. This layer can be filled in. This layer can probably be filled in, but it can also just be fortified. Let's see if there's anything back there. Not going to fill all of them in, but... little bundle of lava back there. Which I could just dig through this. And there's some gross diamonds that are burning back there, which is unfortunate. And there's something evil back there, I think. Telenartho, thanks as well for the raid. Hello. Sorry, everybody raided me in the last 10 minutes. Hope you're doing well. Usually end up just engraving. I prefer slabs because I find them easier to manage. I realize it's kind of cheaty, but it's keeping me sane. We've uncovered what must be a treasure of the gods. ×2, in fact. So it must be a pair or something. Oh, shit! Okay, well, we've got a rusted metal bow and a twisting metal battle axe. Whoa. That's cool. It's all I really got. I like that's really cool, actually. Nope, not shale. But how was the raid? Or how was the stream, rather, from the raiders, from both Ginyu and Telenartho? This has been a very busy fort. A whole lot has been going on, so it's been kind of a lot to follow. But thank you very much, all the same. And I hope that your stream was good. This is going to be a dining hall, I think. Which is why I should have just clicked done. And I'm going to assign this as an inn and tavern, which is the Walled Eater. Ugh. Let's get rid of the word eater. The Walled Under. The wall... Wait, is world? Yeah, there you go. The wall... The walled underworld, maybe? So, like... The walled underworld. That seems fitting. And, I don't know, this dwarf can be the tavern keeper. Because obviously we need a tavern keeper in the walled underworld. The dragons didn't help conquer it at all. No. I'll say this. I'm not gonna tell you what I'm thinking of for YouTube titles. You'll find out when I release the video. I have some ideas, but no. No. YouTube titles at this point make me want to cry. So I try not to think about them too much, but I do have some ideas. I'm not a Mr. Beast channel, so I don't come up with names for videos before I start editing them. I think that that's a horrible way to run any kind of entertainment, anything. So I don't do that. Period. Thanks, mods, for the shoutouts. $1 dragon versus $1 dragon versus $1 billion dragon. Wouldn't that just be one baby dragon versus one adult dragon? No, it's not. Because it's false information. Now, here I'll help you. I'll help explain why I think that's a bad title. So it says, "How dragons helped me conquer hell?" Why would you put a question mark there for one thing? I see it's after the quotes. How dragons helped me conquer hell? They didn't. So a title that wouldn't be false would be I used dragons to conquer hell in Dwarf Fortress. They didn't help, though. So I would have to say that I used them to do that. But no, it's probably going to be something more along the lines of, like, I made an army of dragons in Dwarf Fortress. Because, like, saying that I conquer hell will be, like, I'm going to pitch this. If this is an hour-and-a-half long video, conquering hell will happen in the last 20 minutes. I don't want to give spoilers in the title. I'm sorry. I realize that Netflix does this. But you know what? I ain't fucking Netflix. I charge too much. They can't afford me. So, no. Let's not talk about YouTube titles. YouTube titles are awful. It's a game that I have to play and I hate it. And the reality is, like, if you don't play it, you suffer for it. And none of them are, like, good titles for actual videos. Like, I don't even remember the titles of my videos. I remember what the video was about, but, like, before I go away until the 30th cooler, then I can actually get the art that you sent me implemented. But I don't know. I assume that you guys know what I mean when I say that, like, they exist to please a robot. They don't exist to be useful for YouTube titles. I assume you know what I mean, so. But one thing that I will say is another video that I'm working on already has a title, which is going to be something along the lines of the horrifying reality of Dwarven Daycare, because we're making a video about Dwarven Daycare, me and my editor, so that'll probably be out first, if I had to guess. There you go. There it is. It's all the way up there. You also briefly did a reclaim without saving, because you're purposely collapsing a hole directly into hell. Oh yeah, absolutely, naturally. Early fort and fort proper, we're figuring out how to make a home. I'm thinking about open concept bedrooms. That would be interesting, actually. Like less doors between bedrooms, because they're just zones, right? Like you don't actually have to put walls around them. That'd be interesting. It's a build idea. I should try that sometime. YouTube video names makes me cry was with a huge edited photo of you with anime tears. This is a joke, yeah. Don't do that. You know what's funny is like that might, like, my YouTube titles ranked and make a tier list of the titles of my videos. Maybe I should actually do that. Make like a tier list of my own videos. Someone would watch that. I don't know. I try not to make sloppy content. Even the stuff that I do make that I think is like lower effort, I try not to make cruddy. Like, I don't know. I'm just not enthusiastic in the right way enough to make things like tier lists. It's genuinely the reason I don't do it is because I honestly think I'm just not, like, I'm not loud enough in that way. The only tier lists are the ones where I end crying. It's like, I listen to a podcast that has guests on it sometimes that I don't necessarily agree with. but it's kind of a tech news podcast, so I like most of the stuff that they do on that show. Anyway, they were talking about like modern day investing and like investing apps and like why they're just like kind of fucked, basically. And there's a quote from that podcast which I think is really funny. It's the Better Offline podcast. It's Zed Citron's podcast, but one of the guest hosts was just like, it's like the key to figuring out current trends is what would piss you off the most. That's probably what's going to happen. It's like, what's the thing that is the most aggravating? That's what will take off because that's what gets promoted on Twitter. It's like, what is the most likely to make people really, really mad? Because that's the next trend. I don't think that would be worth the time. I mean, also, I think tier lists are awful. I hate watching them and don't want to make them, so I'm not going to make one. If I liked them, was very passionate and excited about tier lists and really wanted to make one, then sure, I would do high-effort tier lists like that. No interest in doing that. The only place I feel like a tier list would ever show up in my work would be as an offhanded side joke. Like a reference to something I think is actively stupid. Ironic tier lists, on the other hand, yeah, like a 30-second off joke. Like that's, you know, like when in the Gremlin video when I threw the Gremlin on screen with a fake Twitch chat behind him, and like levers implying that he was like the streamer, like stuff like that, you know, like ironic face cam. But am I ever actually gonna make a tier list for my YouTube channel? No, because that shouldn't be monetized. Like that's shit. Like, you deserve better entertainment, people. Let's make 100 iron bolts. I'm making an actual catacomb thing. For this next round of bodies. Chef's intern has gone into a Fey mood. Other list of tier list dwarves being S. Okay, you've just given me a free joke for a future video. I will throw that joke into a video when you least expect it. I mean, we have the tier list to prove it, you know, kind of thing. It's like pops up on the screen for like quarter of a second, goes away immediately. There's a world where I can make that funny, I think. All right. Now we wait for them to cancel a job when I least expect it. this is going to be my final batch of tombs. Most likely. And I'm going to go here. I'm going to go to dragons. War train. War train. We're able to get 2 more dragon hatchlings. So we're going to war train 2 dragons. I'm going to assign them both to Eric. And then Eric is going to go on one final round of battles. So who should we invade, chat? Currently, I'm not at war with anybody. Looks like it's bones that you need, probably. I will slaughter the ponies, the bunny, or geld the bunny, I guess. We actually left the Age of Myth and moved into the Age of Legends and then went back into the Age of Myth. Name one of the War Dragons, please? Sure. Let me just get them assigned first, and then we'll get them named. Because I just need stray War Dragons to appear. There, so that's the first War Rock. Oh, actually, sorry, I can't give you one of the War Dragons because it's Nermal and Smugette, which are both already named. I could give you the new War Rock, though. Sorry, the dragons got named a long time ago. And I feel bad if I'm renaming them. Yeah, I mean, yes, that's exactly how it works. Kyokyo Doya. War Rock is good? Okay. Potmasa is not the type to fall in love or even develop positive feelings, only rarely tries to assert himself in conversation, and is pleased by his own appearance and talents. And is pleased by his own appearance and talents, isn't particularly curious about the world, and occasionally overindulges, sometimes acts with little determination and confidence, and has an active imagination, and is often cheerful, has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications, and does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity, is conflicted by this, as he values his artwork and his own creation. And he is slow to trust others and often acts with compassion, and is a friendly individual, and tends to not reveal personal information, and tries to keep his things orderly. And I'm going to take these 2 squads. I'm going to go down to the caverns. I'm going to send them to right about here. A forgotten beast has arrived. This is a gigantic scaly scorpion. It has a pair of knobby antennae and it belches and croaks. Its red-purple scales are small and overlapping. Beware its poison sting. Where is it? Okay, well, this can get into the fort and get blasted by the baby dragons. So chat, who are we attacking? Humans, elves, or goblins? Show of hands. Why do the baby rocks look so cursed? I have a question. Have you ever seen a baby owl? It's because they don't look as fucked up as baby owls. That's why. Also, congratulations on finally catching a stream, Patrick Stevens. I mean, we've been happily trading with the elves, and we only started pissing them off recently. I kind of thought they would invade me, but they haven't yet, so. Go, babies! Get them, boys! I'm always impressed by how effective they are. I need to make more tombs, I think. And there they all go. So I'm going to go here. We're currently allied with the elves. I'm about to break that alliance. I'm going to go attack. We're going to go attempt to raise it. Good luck, dwarves. I need a big round of beers for the dwarves for good luck. Who needs bolt throwers when you have dragons? Yep. Elves first. Keyword first. And there they go. Come on, chat. Big round of beers. Chef's intern. The farmer has created Edim Matzang, a ruddy metal sarcophagus, and claims it as a family heirloom. Okay, well, that's yours. Officially, you get to keep that there, dwarf. I have to say that might be the coolest sarcophagus I've seen in a very long time. Because that's like a god metal sarcophagus. Like, how often do you see that? So we're just gonna wait until they drop that off. No, they stole one of my books because they left the map with one of my books. They'll bring it back. Chat, what's the coolest artifact you've gotten in recent memory? Because I think this one might be up there. That or the artifact great pick we got. Iron ore bed. Ooh. It's not a very comfy bed, I don't think. Like, that just can't be comfortable. A net named Lida. Gotta put a Lida on it. Physius Peeves Semestra Kibialia has come. A giant humanoid monster with 2 heads. You sound legendary. Quite the name. Oh, you've killed 3 humans. Okay. No items, though. Right. Well, it's time to get barbecued. Dwarven bone chest. It's been so long since I've had one of those. Got a flail god weapon. Oof. I had a couple of maces in this world. You have a quartz coffin. Yeah, I've kind of run out of. I've stopped keeping track of the number of adamantine artifacts I've gotten in this fort. And they come in and just a blap. Oh wow, it actually lived for a second. Yeah, we are also expert dragon trainers, which I think is kind of dope. What could possibly go wrong, aside from everything? We're nearly there. All right, all the dwarves have left the map, so now we wait. We find out how deep this rabbit hole goes. So this right here, Chef's Intern's Coffin, is a ready metal sarcophagus. It's worth 88,900 dwarf bucks. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. A dwarf's been found dead. Oh, that's not good. Eh? Oh. You burned to death. Well, that's unfortunate. Oh well. Can't fix them all. Let's finish reading that sarcophagus, though. It's a ready metal sarcophagus. All craftsmanship ships at the highest quality. It's decorated with cave spider silk, encircled with bands of square-cut lace agates, oval green glass cabochons, horsebone, and this object menaces with spikes of ruddy metal and diorite. On the item is an image of Nissa Alidives, the elf, and Senna Fire Fist Realms, the Odorous, the troll in Dolomite. Fist Realms, the Odorous, is striking down Alidives. The artwork relates to the killing of the elf by the troll in the Wall of Fists in 63. That's just like a story told about anybody in my chat. Except chat's the troll, right? On the item is an image of dwarves in Cherry Opal. The dwarves are laboring. The artwork relates to the foundation of Monster Smash by Thunderfire, the Crystal Storm of the Bolt of Contests in the early spring of 239. Mother truckers. And learned that worlds contain much more dwarven bone stuff than one could expect. Oh yeah, also because a lot of them are just named items, right? And then like goblins don't care about making items out of living creatures and just will, like constantly. Like kind of indiscriminately, and do not have any shits given for it. So my dwarves have returned. How well do you think they did, chat? I sent them to raise an elven location. Well, 2 of the commanders have returned at the very least. They went. They saw. Udib led the attack, and the defenders, Udib's honorable dies outmatched the elf with a cunning plan, and the attackers had a strong positional advantage. Their leader was killed. The elf was struck down by Mebzeth Anvil sprayed the grim stream of galleys. That sounds like a pirate. Udib struck down Peak Paddle. I want to see how my dragons do. Do items get named with a notable kill? Get artifact modifiers? They do get the artifact accuracy modifier, yes. I don't know if that applies to adventure mode, though. It's because, like, the reason they name items instead of just making artifacts is because, like, mechanically it would be frustrating to have one of your squad dudes just leave and, like, make an artifact during a fight, so they name weapons instead. Like, they're literally making an artifact. It's just they're transforming an item into an artifact instead of, you know, doing other things. Named items get bonuses? Yep. They get a accuracy bonus. Polar bear women getting kills. Nish's getting kills. Something funny is getting kills. Who else is doing well? Stabby Femme killing elves. Locum taking them out. I mean, I didn't know that for years. I only know that because Putnam told me. And Putnam didn't know that until Putnam started looking at the code directly, so. Nermal is getting kills. My Rock is getting kills. Kotsmessa is getting kills. Smoggette is getting kills. Look at baby Smoggy. Doing the stabbing. My Rock's getting kills. Smoggette's killing more things. They don't seem to have too many animals yet. This is all because they didn't bring me a breeding pair of giant bears. They only brought me male ones. And they can breed, but it's not going to be very effective in making babies. Smoggette's doing work. Damn. This has been quite the fight already. The polar bear people are also crushing. Holy crap. Like, I realize they are full adamantine squads. And 2 dragons and 2 rocks. Which is a ridiculous visual to imagine. But, oh my god. The accuracy on that dragon must be so high because he's not hitting my own dwarves. I also have to say, this is maybe only the 2nd or 3rd time I've ever sent war dragons to go attack something. So, you had a period where you're making a lot of totems, which seemed like they must be an extra dwarfy thing, and you always get excited when a giant would arrive because imagine the happy dwarven children dancing around the giant totem. But no, I wonder if the goblins might make them in World Gen. Oh, I wonder. Yeah, I think that that's something that... Ooh, wow, we're stealing books. Forces of Thunderfire search the place. So we'll find out if we rampage throughout the place at the very bottom. These are all books. We rampage throughout. Did we destroy it? That's the question. Doesn't look like we destroyed it, but... Oh my god. This elven location is called Crowd Thunder? Which is wild, because Cloud Thunder was my fortress previously. All right, so we've attacked the elves. So if I go to Eric, how many kills are you up to? Okay, so this is the kills that this dwarf, right? It's a bunch of goblins, some forgotten beasts, and some elves. And then goblins, cave dragons, jabberers, trolls, ogres, tiger, cave dragons, vomit demon, and a blind cave ogre. There's just a vomit demon in the middle there. Because, you know. How about you? All right, chat. We're gonna invade one more location, and for the fun of it, let's go attack the human town of Worker Halls. We're going to pillage. And I'm gonna say done. And I'm also gonna go to reports and just double check, make sure they didn't get anything out of it. No, they didn't. I'm starting 2 wars. There's Stabby fam. How many kills are you up to? Killed a white demon and a vomit demon. How about you? Udib? No demons. Not that I'm seeing. You did kill Vomit Comet, though, which I'll never forgive you for. Udib, who just seems to be like a random dwarf. One blind demon. Jagged scars on your head. They're so fancy. Like, look at this dwarf. What a fucking dripped out dude. Like, she's got, like, adamantine gauntlets and shoes on, steel breastplate and greaves, but, like, adamantine helmet, a turban on top of it. Yeah, I showed that Puku's boss for sure. Random soldier here who's storing an item before heading back out, I presume. Yep. You've just killed 2 elves, that's it. What you? Something funny. He's kind of stressed out. But, you know, he did kill so many things. So many things. Like, if I go to pets, how's Nermal doing? Damn, dude. I like how it's just like a cow. Also, you work animals. We're just going to give you all of them. All 12. Cheers, Lucio. And there go the dwarves. Because peace can't last forever, after all. Perhaps the goblins will be next. For down here, just going to dig through this. Aquamouser! Because I've been giving people who subscribe today subscriptions, or not, who subscribe with subscriptions with primes or cheer bits or do $1 or more in super chats because I go on vacation today, which means I'm trying to get some semblance of a vacation time. Since I've been doing that, if you would like to name something, let me know. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. So thanks for helping keep the channel funded. 1 Prime sub at a time. See if there's any ghosts that I'm missing. Nope, doesn't seem like it. Always the best woodcutter. Beard or no beard? I'll just make sure that you get the task proper instead of just the skill. Mouser. He would be deeply satisfied if everyone could live as one in complete harmony. He has a low sense of self-esteem, and he is a pessimist. He tries to do things correctly each time. He has a greedy streak, and he is somewhat quarrelsome, though he is conflicted by this for more than one reason. He is curious and eager to learn, and he is grateful when others help him out, and he tries to return favors. He finds obligations confining, though he is conflicted by this for more than one reason, and he is brave in the face of imminent danger. He occasionally overindulges and becomes very focused during conversations when he's angry. And he talks very slowly when he's nervous. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and is getting used to tragedy. He dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and personally has great respect for fairness and views competition as a crucial driving force and in the world, and values a harmonious existence. He likes Salvite and tin and red zircon, crystal glass, mongoose tooth, giant sperm whale bone, mussel shell, and the color pearl. Bracelets, bladeweed for their stiff triangular leaves, and the words of the teacher of meandering. And the sound of the amethyst wonders, and when possible prefers to consume giant Rambutan wine, and absolutely hates burning maggots. Welcome to the fort. And you've got 2 friends. Both of them are still alive. And as for your axe, you've got a steel battle axe. So, just kind of as a little bit of housekeeping for the minute, I am going on vacation for 4 or 5 days-ish at the end of this stream. I will be back streaming on the 30th, hopefully with 2, ideally 3 completed video projects when I get back. So if you are planning to support with something like Prime, today is the best day to do it, because otherwise you have to tune in on the 30th or it lands on the paycheck after June. June will be my birthday, so I think that's actually the first time I said that on stream this year. June 3rd, so like the 3rd stream back will be my birthday. So I have to do something for that. I don't know what, but I'll figure something out. Can you get a rock or a dragon? Sure, after game save. There are baby dragons available, but there's full-grown rocks available. So there's just no full-grown dragons available. Rock. Okay. I just heard my neighbor sneeze. Bless you. He says that there's full-grown rocks available. Maybe there isn't. Well, they'll be full-grown very soon. Yeah, it's just 1 year and they'll be full-grown. So you get this naked thing. Fami Noir is very greedy, somewhat scatterbrained, and moved by art and natural beauty. He is troubled by this since he dislikes the natural world. He is stubborn and has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others, and he doesn't seek out excitement. He tries to do things correctly each time, and he has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications, and he is pleased by his own appearance and talents, and tends to be passive in discussions. I think I may have fucked this up, chat. Just gonna have to reassign these war rocks to this dwarf, because otherwise they just won't leave the map. The 3rd is my birthday, and it's a Wednesday, so yeah, I'll be on. Unless, like, I don't know, I break my leg or something. Or I don't know, what would I need to break to not be able to stream? If I broke both my hands and my jaw, so I couldn't speak or use a mouse. Otherwise, I will be on. I think I've streamed on my birthday basically every year for the last decade or some shit. Believe it or not, I've streamed on my birthday quite a bit. And this is my Hell Tavern, which I've probably got some musical instruments I could put in here, actually. That's a crazy concept, isn't it, Stone? Oh no, Shio's stumbling around obliviously. Hang in there, dwarf. I have to blink to select different keys on the keyboard, and I'm using eye tracking to know which key to push. Sponsored by Dolby Eye Tracking. Clarno. It's a good thing that, like, the horrific accident that he was in didn't take out both of his eyes. Or even just the good eye. It's the only thing he didn't lose. So now we are waiting. We are waiting for if and when the dwarves return, while smoothing the entirety of the fortress, more or less. A human caravan has arrived. I am actively rating them, right? A human caravan has arrived from Sedimonom. The presence of your ruler has attracted great riches. Overall trade sentiments are terrible. I am actively invading them at the minute. That is really funny. Oh my fucking god. That's not how I thought that would go. I just thought they wouldn't come trade. That's a tribute to ask for peace. I suppose. I'm just gonna give them all my used clothing and tell them to go away. That is so funny, man. That's so funny. Start giving them their stuff back. Oh, that we pillaged from them? Yeah, maybe. Just gonna give them this artifact because, you know. Do I really care? No. What could stop me streaming on my birthday? I was like, ooh, true love. Not a horrific accident. I think if it was true love, a partner would let me stream on my birthday. You know? Like if somebody, like if I wasn't single for at some point in my life, which is hard to imagine at this point, it wouldn't work unless I was allowed to stream on my birthday, you know? Just, you know, Omega in YouTube chat says that's the ultimate challenge run blind. Play with eyes only. Here's the real challenge one. Ears wide open. I don't know, like Dolby eye tracking's pretty good. You could probably like use an eye tracker as a mouse and do it that way. I feel like you could do that. I do feel like you could do that. Good. So the entire squad has left, and the remaining animals all belong to this one, so shouldn't be trying to leave, so I assume that they are now fighting. Just the cloud of giant birds following the Marksdwarf captain around is very funny to me. But yeah, at the end of the day, all I really have to say is, if you happen to have a Prime sub, think about me. I know that I'll be on vacation for a bit, but when I get back, don't forget. There's a forgotten beast composed of ice. It has wings, and it appears to be emaciated. Beware its poison gas. Where is it? Ooh. Ice beast versus Dragonfeuer. Place your bets, chat. Beast or dragons? I know it's an obvious bet. I'm just baiting for chat activity. Another human caravan has arrived, but these ones don't hate me. Look at that. Duca Bihal has arrived, and trade sentiments are good. We should definitely trade with them more. I think Devildawn gets it, you know? Burn, Beastie, burn. Disco Inferno. Also, there's been a weird bug in the game as of late, which is whenever you activate your squads, your soldiers just kill all of your visitors. And I really hope that that gets looked into at some point, because it seems busted. Busted. Babies. Well, they killed it, but they didn't kill it with fire. Wow. My heart. It sank for a second there. I thought they were going, it was just going to kill them both, like, instantly. But they got him. What was it made of? Ice. So it didn't have a burning point. Oh, a kitten adopted my tavern keeper. Just look at that. I'm gonna sell you these, because they're the ones that don't like us very much. That's fine. Trade sentiments can stay terrible. We're gonna trade with these. Oh, well, they're still unloading. I'm not gonna lie, Sophitus. In the event where I'm not single anymore in my life, I respect why people would feel that way, but let me put it this way. One of the best things that happened to me in my last relationship was that my ex wasn't even remotely interested in being anywhere near the stream and never really became a character on the stream. Like, she showed up occasionally, but never, like, interacted really. And I do actually think that was a benefit, because when she left, it was not a negative for the stream, if that makes sense. And I do think that there's many a world where that being a negative is not healthy for anybody, so. It's one of the reasons that, like, relationships that are public on sites like this often end explosively. Because, like, you know, if the audience takes sides, then there's a problem. It's never gonna end well. 3-stream streak cooler. Hell yeah. Now, I really wonder, when are they gonna come back? Hopefully soon. I realize there's 2,000 population there, so it's gonna be quite the fight, but... But, like, geez, come on, dwarves. You can get back here sooner than not. Because I am starting to get close-ish to time. How did I acquire the original dragons? I settled on one and tamed it and then retired the fort immediately, or abandoned the fort immediately, or trained it and then abandoned the fort, and then I settled on another one and trained it and waited for the first one to appear, which it did after a while, and when it appeared it was already semi-wild, and then we had a free dragon. And just like that, breeding pair of dragons. Bada bing, bada boom. That's how we did it. YouTube chat. That was a really weird sound. It sounded like a garbage can getting thrown down a hill or off a building. It's like a plastic bouncing. I wonder if a traffic cone just got knocked over or something. That's kind of what it sounded like. One of the fun things about living in a city is sometimes stuff just goes down outside and you get to witness it. Alright, now we keep waiting. Made 100 shell coffins. Doing a whole lot of ground paving. So, kind of regretting sending them to the really big human location. But hopefully they come back soon. Alright, Chad, I need you to cross your fingers and toes and hope that the dwarves come back soon. I'm also going to try this because I'm curious. I was mostly curious about demons, because there was a few demons stuck the last time I did that. But yeah, these are all their bedrooms that are currently inaccessible. Fuck it, let's drop down these jades. Might as well go grab those. The dragon brood is becoming something. Good lord, man. Good lord, there's so many of them. Same with the rocks. Holy crap, dude. So I have a question. I'm not going to toss this save up right away because this save is going to be used in a video, but once the video's out, I will be releasing the save file for this video. Would you, like, when I release save files for forts, do you ever download them? Mess around? Because I feel like there's always, like, this contingent of people that are, like, almost militantly demanding of me, like, releasing the save file. But, like, then I never see any screenshots or anything that anybody ever does with it. It's always like, why? Really? Omega? That's interesting to me. Not that it's hard to believe, necessarily, but it doesn't seem like that many people do from my perspective, I guess. Like, people must, otherwise they wouldn't ask, but... I just put the green glass in here. Smooth through a bunch of this. These are all dwarves running up and down, doing a ton of construction. Let's actually see what route they take. Just stop making your own roads? No, it's fair. I just always wonder. I just wonder if there's just like data hoarders out there that are just insisting on saving every single notable fortress. Because it seems like Dwarf Fortress kind of might be that kind of community, you know? It's very easy to mod that if you want to change it. And you can do that mid-save, Omega, in YouTube chat. Off, just no stress, and raised an enormous dragon army? I mean, the way it's currently sitting, because it's so far away from everything, you could probably just, like, let it run. Like, if you could stop the wars that I'm starting right now, you could probably just let it run. In that horrible area? Did you manage to get one settled, Electra? What's up, Benjamin? The BK stream yesterday? Oh, Brigador Killers. Yes, right. It's like Burger King? I didn't do anything with Burger King. In your defense, I only streamed for like an hour and a half. So about maybe actually 2 hours. It was fun. The VOD will go up at some point. So I have to schedule it, but it's been a flurry of activity on your end. For those of you who don't know, Benjamin Stellar Jockeys is one of the people who's working around the fringes of Brigador Killers. Or around the fringes of game development on Brigador Killers is maybe what I should have said. But I believe it. Hopefully good activity, though. Part of your backyard popular among mosquito larvae have become bee drinking place, so you have to refill a particular puddle every morning on summer. Oh, wow. I used to piss off one of my neighbors a whole bunch because I have this habit of leaving honey out for wasps so that they would eat my slugs. My neighbors were never too pleased about that. But I was like, it's late in the summer. They're all sad and cranky. And if I leave out honey, then they aren't hungry. And then they don't try to kill me, but still try to murder the wasps. So many things to do. I get you, Benjamin. Yeah, no, I'm very much looking forward to it. It's a solid little demo. A lot more in the demo than I was expecting, too. For some reason, I expected the demo to be a much smaller slice, but there's kind of a lot there. Which kind of surprised me, actually. Another Forgotten Beast has arrived. This one has webs, and it can't get to me. You know what? I'm looking at the time. I'm gonna leave it up to fate. Chat room, if you would like a copy of this save, I can get it to you when I get back from my vacation. But I think it's time for me to go. I'm looking at the clock, and it is 2:15 here. I have to get to my parents at a reasonable-ish time. So I kind of need to leave in about 45-ish minutes. So what I'm going to say is, to those of you who tuned in today, please tune in on the 30th, because that would be cool. We'll do something fun. It'll be a new fort, you know. Ideally, this fortress will be a video by then. And if you enjoyed this fortress, keep an eye out for that. But on top of that, my editor is working on a video covering Dwarven Daycare, which was a pretty fun ordeal back in the day. And I'm going to retire this fortress. So maybe it's time to say goodbye. If you missed this fort, it'll be available eventually for you to go grab. It's also already up on the Discord if you want it right now. But it's a slightly older version. All the dragons. This world is going to be demolished by dragons in the near future. Because they're all going to start leaving and killing things when I retire it. But it's going to be a good time. And of course, the great Tavern in Hell. I'm just going to grab a real quick screenshot of this. The elves weren't happy with me, but I hadn't invaded anybody yet. Quino. It's time to retire the fort. How long did the preparations take? I want to say that fort lasted about 25, 30 years. Mudcorp was like 15 streams or something. It's like a month's worth of streams, basically. Okay. First things first. I'm shutting you down now, YouTube folks. Take care of yourselves. Don't forget about me when I come back. Please watch videos and such. Don't forget to leave comments on videos when you see them. And be nice to people and drink water. It's good for you. Laters, you.